Thank you guys for tuning in as we are about to begin our Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 9. It's your boy here, Contra, and of course the beautiful Raid Queen Andy to be always alongside with us to bring you all the heat and all the action as we're going to give you your daily dose of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yes, sir, and we'll definitely see the returning giants with everything to prove, the dark horses ready to turn heads, and maybe even some wild card moments that could change everything. And as always, it is not just about the skill, it's about the heart, strategy, and a touch of luck. Will it be calculated win or a moment of pure chaos that takes the spotlight tonight? What do you think, Contra?
Well, I do love myself a little bit of chaos, so if chaos is what we're getting, I'm absolutely up for it. So, moving into what we've seen so far, of course, we've just concluded the Night of Champions with 4 Miracle Vibes emerging as our grand winners over on the course of the span of the weekend. And speaking of which, of course, this is going to be a really, really interesting one as we're also including some of the top teams all across Southeast Asia as well as South Asia, and also not forgetting we've also made invitations to teams coming from South America and even more. So of course we'll get into that for a moment. If you guys haven't hit that subscribe button, man, you guys have been hanging around here for a while, and make sure you guys do, because we always bring you the latest news as well as some of all these great stuff coming in from our people behind Ruthless Esports. Of course, you'll be able to see some of your favorite players out there, so make sure you guys hit that button and also drop a like to the live stream right now before, of course, we kick off. So Raid Queen, I think that we've seen quite a glimpse of what these teams were up to in the Night of Champions, but now perhaps there's a different mindset coming into this because there's other teams involved in this tournament.
Yeah, last night it was all about the Night of Champions. I feel like it was all just fun and games, right? I don't even know if the teams was able to get something out of the tournament, or was it just purely fan service? They would want to please the audience to give them some kind of their daily dose of action, so to speak. But today we're going to take it up a notch. We're going to be playing the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and you're right, we've got some cool addition to the lineup, to spice things up a bit. I just know that we're going to be including some of the likes of Alter Ego Eras, GLU Squad. There's also Team Secret that will be in the mix later on.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see some of these guys hailing from Southeast Asia, and that also includes Voin Donkey. So I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of all these stack names out there, and then when it comes down to the groupings overall, how will they be sorted when it comes down to how we're going to kick things off? I believe we'll always start off with Group A versus Group B, and then followed by B as well as C. But of course, if you guys don't really understand what exactly are we on about, we'll show you all the list of teams that are pulling up against each other, and of course they're fighting for a lion's share of the prize as well, I do believe. So pretty sure that's going to be a little bit more of an incentive for everybody on board. For Miracle Vibes, they didn't win the Night of Champions, so here in the Invitationals that runs for 4 days back to back, I think that there's definitely something huge for them out there.
Oh yeah, for Miracle Vibes is such a staple name when it comes to Ruthless Esports tournaments. They've already won Clash of Giants back-to-back championship as well, and winning the Night of Champions last night is just again a cherry on top. They made it look so easy, and I feel like they're really the roster to watch out for. There's a lot of controversy, there's a lot of skepticism as well, but I feel like everyone is just as excited as I am to see what they can deliver inside the battlefield. And last night we got a taste of that one. The roster, the lineup, it's golden.
Yeah, I definitely gotta say that they're in their prime form right now, just like how they made that insane debut back in the days that they managed to reach over on the international scene, and they just surged all the way to the top. So with Top, since we're talking about this team currently in the spotlight, with the addition of Top, where of course he's moved from Falcons Force into this current lineup, it really feels like he fits perfectly like a glove, right? It didn't seem like the team dynamics have to shift all too much. Top has just been this impactful player, whichever games that he plays on. So hope that every single round will get him on the starting roster.
Oh, definitely. And I'm really curious to see, like, okay, everything that he had learned so far playing under Stalwart Esports and then moving into Falcons Force with the original roster, by the way, and then moving into For Miracle Vibes right now, where he is playing with with another amazing set of players. Everyone's, again, just really excited to see for them to perform, not just in the Southeast Asia tournaments or South Asia tournaments, but in the global scene, because Top already has this reputation as one of the best of players when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And now, ladies and gents, again, we're just giving you an idea how the point system will go. So again, if the team placed 9 moving down the list they are not getting any scores at all.
That's right. And on top of that, we're going to be having teams to be playing back-to-back days, where we start off here on our Saturday run and we will end the grand finals on the course of a Tuesday night. So you guys have pretty much a great week where you could just, of course, spend. If you feel like your Monday's pretty blue, just tune into Ruthless Esports, and that's going to be a little bit of your daily fix of PUBG Mobile. On top of that, of course, we're going to be looking at all the teams who are vying for those spots, where they are separated into multiple groups. So every game does actually matter, because we got 24 teams separated into 3 groups, like I said, and only 6 matches per day. So each day they only get about 4 games to play.
Okay, so I thought it was just like 16 teams. Okay, now we're looking at 24 teams. But yeah, you know what? But what makes this tournament so unique, Contra, it's an off season, right? A time for teams to kind of recalibrate their strategies, test it out and gather valuable intel to prepare for the big official tournaments coming up. But ladies and gents, don't let that fool you, because there's still plenty of action to look forward to, and that is for sure. I mean, there are teams like Alpha 7 Esports, and Bigetron Esports. I believe this is the perfect stage, to try out experimental tactics without really the pressure of rankings or international titles. I mean, meanwhile, like what you said, squads like For Miracle Vibes and Vampire Esports, fresh off recent successes, might focus on collecting data on the rivals to refine their game plans. And of course, let's not forget the wild card factor. I mean, some teams might surprise us by unveiling unconventional rotations, bold plays, or even lineup tweaks.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, where you could just basically have these teams to be on experiments, where we saw even BTR, they're not fielding their full main roster as we saw, where certain teams, they're also trialing, where they're prepping up for the next season to, of course, commence. So there is definitely a lot of things that these teams are considering moving into what they have to prepare for all these official tournaments to come.
Yeah, and also what's particularly fascinating is how rivalries will play out in this environment. I mean, we got Brazil versus China dynamic, For example, Alpha 7 Esports going up against squads like LGD and Weibo Gaming. I know there's no trophy on the line here today, but pride and bragging rights are powerful motivators. And of course, there's also Bigetron Esports and D Savior. It's a long-standing rivals in the Southeast Asia scene. I mean, who will undoubtedly be sizing each other up. And of course, it's always fun to watch the unpredictable clashes between teams like RRQ, and there's also Team Secret, who will definitely bring flair and finesse to every engagement.
That's true. And overall, when we take a look at all these teams out there, I think that a lot of all these teams hailing from the South Asia region overall have really put everything on the line. That's something that I've always admired about them. Whether if it's going to be some of the guys coming in from 4 tribes or so, they're always hustling for a whole lot. So I think that this is just great mentality to have to if you treat this as a tournament. And when you do play your tournament, that is just going to be that big recipe to success. But at the very same time, you kind of don't want to give too much of these cards away. So I guess all these teams definitely are eyeballing on each other, which it does get into this tense scenario. So I hope that overall everybody gets to have a little bit of the trade secrets to be shared amongst each other. But here we are with our groups, where we have Group A with Alpha 7, Blue Squad, Horaa Esports, Dplus KIA, Alter Ego, LGD, Weibo Gaming, and Team Secret.
Oh yeah, I just because you already pointed out here, Contra, and I want the audience to understand as well. You did mention about teams are ready to experiment in today's set of matches, right? And so it's not going to be just about raw aggression. I think it's more about testing boundaries. So, ladies and gents, don't be surprised if we see unusual drop spots or, like, again, what we mentioned a while ago, unconventional rotations or even off-meta weapon choices. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at the set of the teams here that will be playing for the grand finals. By the way, this is already the grand finals, and we're going to have 4 days of it. So unlike the Night of Champions, it was a sprint. Now, this is some kind of a marathon, for all of these 24 teams.
I certainly agree with that. When we take a look at how teams have played throughout the Night of Champions, it's all about that kind of power spike. If you have one good day, you're already skyrocketing over onto the top of the podium, and then everybody else is like, when's my turn to actually secure those chicken dinners, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with 4 days to go, it definitely we'll see teams to be pacing themselves over the course of this span of the weekend and also throughout Mondays as well as Tuesdays. So we hope that they do have just about enough stamina to be able to get by, because it is going to be a really, really long hurdle for some of these guys out there.
It takes a lot to even maintain the kind of level these guys are doing right now, and of course the meta keeps on evolving, so there's really a need for teams to kind of train and practice all together. So I just imagine, like, putting in the hours of work and putting in all of those effort to make sure that eventually you'll become the best, you'll become the top team to surpass everyone. And it's lovely that we do have, like, Ruthless Esports putting out this kind of tournaments, so that we'll have an idea, okay, what will happen in the next official tournaments, kind of a sneak preview of what they can deliver inside the battlefield.
True enough, when we take a look at the Night of Champions, certain teams, they didn't manage to bring home those big points. We're looking at team names like Horaa Esports as well as some of the teams coming from the PEL side, such as WBG and a few more. I hope that we're going to see a big one coming in from these guys out there. So we'll just see how it goes from here, because we're starting things off in Erangel, and we're going to rotate in between Miramar as well. I was hoping that, one day we're going to be involving Rondo, because recently we have introduced it in the PFRC. But of course, the mechanics and the technicalities is going to be a lot more different moving into Rondo, but it definitely is a whole lot of fun.
That could be exciting, not gonna lie. Have you tried playing it in Rondo? I haven't tried, to be honest. I mean, I just watched the tournament, the Rondo Cup, but I haven't really played it.
Exactly, and it's rather interesting when you have all these revival points where you bring your teammates back up once during these matches. So it definitely feels like it's definitely going to be that kind of map where you could just inject a lot more points because the fights just keep on going. So that being said, of course, we're starting this off here with Group A versus Group B. I did mention about some of the heavy hitters in Group A. Group B, that's where our champions of the previous night of NOC is going to be starting strong, as For Medical Vibes, I8, Tianba, RW, A1 Esports, and we're also including Seb9 as well as Flash in the equation. So things are about to get a whole lot more interesting.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the production will ask us about our team prediction. Okay, so for the Night of Champions, I was able to score 1 point coming from the Pakistani team, of course, 4 thrives. But given a new list over here, and okay, new map, I think we're gonna start in Erangel. That is the schedule, right? And I'm looking at groups A and B. How do we open this up? Okay, let me see here. Maybe, just maybe, okay, For Miracle Vibes will have an explosive gameplay once again for match number 1, so I'm gonna lock it in.
Okay, that's definitely going to be an easy picking from your end. So I'm thinking that this is going to be the very first game coming in from Alter Ego. The recent run where we had some of these teams going up against them, they really wasn't showing all their pure strength. So I want to see Alter Ego really go in for that huge hustle, because they're having some roster switch moving into this 2025, and things haven't been looking all the greatest, but I hope that, Rosemary and Co could just gel well together, because the dynamics between him as well as Elva so far hasn't really been as solid as it used to be. So I really want to see them really work it out.
Oh, definitely. Now, production. Hey, 4NV. That's my pick. Okay, I think we're the same. Okay, I just have this amazing feeling that For Miracle Vibes, just like what happened during the Night of Champions, they started off really good. Fire at the beginning of the matches, and I feel like since this just happened yesterday, 2 days of it, by the way. I feel like they still have the rhythm and the energy going on for them, and most probably, they have already carried over, the same electric vibe that they must have felt during the Night of Champions. And I think, that's what's going to happen for match number 1 in Erangel.
Yeah, and overall, we're looking at this change of prediction for Prod as well. They're switching over to Horaa Esports, of course. That's our crowd favorites, where they had a really rough run in the Night of Champions, but I definitely do hope that with 4 days of action, Horaa Esports will definitely see a better glimpse of opportunities out there. And of course, they can also start off really strong moving into this match of Erangel. So we'll definitely have to see if teams have already fine-tuned their playstyle, because they kind of have, back-to-back runs so far, with the NOC just concluding yesterday. So some teams who have played prior to this will kind of know certain drop spots are off limits. But to those who have joined in, Team Flash, and also all these big names like Alter Ego and so on, we're just seeing a little bit of that hot drop situation moving into Erangel.
You're probably right. I mean, it's going to be the usual suspects, right? I mean, there's Jorgapul area, there's Pachinki area, and I do wonder from this list, from this groups, I mean, which of these teams here are brave enough and highly confident in their skills to drop in the south part area of Erangel, the military base, because, that is perhaps the riskiest drop that you could ever do in Erangel, because it's always hard to get back to the main island, right? And you know what? During the Night of Champions, we haven't really seen a military base finish just yet. So perhaps, I'm just crossing my fingers here, perhaps we can see just that at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, I also do keep my fingers crossed, because it's always super exciting when it comes down to an island finish. We've got ourselves a Gakko region ending. We've also had a few other decent areas. That's kind of like the typical center of the region, northern points as well, to conclude the tournament yesterday. But as for Miramar, things have definitely looked to be pretty interesting at the very least. Yesterday, we've closed out inside Chumachera, and also there were rounds where it's kind of in between the fields of Graveyard heading into St. Martin as well. So it's still pretty much a challenging task for all these teams out there, as we're looking at the very best out there to be making not only great predictions of how these circles will actually end up, but also how will they maneuver around the map, and how do they duel to the best of their potential. Because I'm looking at a lot of these teams, at least from the Night of Champions, they're very eager to go on the duel, to the point that by the time we hit phase 5, there's usually about 4 or 5 teams available. So you can tell that everyone's super aggressive.
Yeah, most of the teams, I feel like they're really testing out their synergy, their chemistry all together. And some of the teams are more on like, okay, we're observing your rotations, we're observing like which of these individuals are highly aggressive in the game and how do they choose their drops. So there's a lot of questions to actually throw in, um, to know whether or not these guys are going to be playing passive or aggressive. But then again, we'll just have to wait, because, well, we'll definitely know at the moment we drop into the game if it's going to be fast paced, or are they going to be taking it slow, chill for a while, and probably witness last few zones action.
Well, it really does depend. I think that for a team like Formidable 5, so far they play in such a calculated manner that they don't really seem to be taking too many of all these early applications unless if they were being forced to. And you even saw over on the course of the run where they secured their championship title by taking home that final chicken dinner. They start off in Chumasera, and then you have like, what, 10 teams in around that city? Somehow they managed to keep all 4 members alive. They were not really going for any form of a altercation at all. And by that time that they hit close to the final stages, that's where they start to activate. That's kind of like the whole idea of how for MV have been able to at least secure quite a number of all these successes. But when push comes to shove, you even saw names like, of course, Top and also his good buddy Doc to be able to follow up in any form of manner. So they definitely do have that strong firepower when they need to actually take on teams out there. So other than that, I'm looking at all the other teams from Southeast Asia, like D-Saber. They love to battle, right? Like all these teams from SEA, when they see a moving target, they're gonna aim at him. Meanwhile, we also do have the technical side coming in from the Peacekeeper Elite guys. So I guess that sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but we've definitely seen some special stuff coming from Sing.
You know what's fun about these saviors that they don't really get into the battles at the beginning of the matches. Usually they have this late surge. Usually they really rack up a lot of points in just one game, from just one game rather. And it's so fun to watch sometimes because you just know that this is or that particular play, when they are at the strongest and at their most aggressive gameplay, that is their true form, right? So it becomes a really scary tactic coming from the savior. Late surge is always kind of their thing, but you always know that these guys can always deliver. And just looking at the list here from Group A, again, we've got Alpha 7, GLU, Horaa Esports, Dplus KIA, Alter Ego, Eris, LGD Gaming, Weibo, Team Secret. So we've got 2 Chinese or PAL teams from Group A, which is LGD and Weibo. And during the Night of Champions Contra, we did ask them, okay, why are they not really performing that much? You know, like, okay, they made all the effort, you know, from the semis to the from the qualies to the semis, and then making it to the grand finals. But then again, they're kind of just like really passive the moment that we started day 1 of the grand finals. So perhaps it can be a different story this time. I would love to see some kind of power coming from LGD and Weibo Gaming. And as for Group B, it's For Miracle Vibes, ASI8, who won a chicken dinner, by the way, in the Night of Champions. We got Tianba, Rogue Warriors, A1, Sem9, RQ, and Team Flash. Now, I'm pretty interested at A1 and Team Flash. A1 because during the Night of Champions, they play it very passively. You know, like the moment that they drop into a particular spot, they stay there. You know, if that particular compound remains inside the safe zone, they're not going to move at all, and they're just going to let the teams, you know, get to them, and they're going to defend that compound as much as they could, which always ends up not really okay for A1. So most of the time they only collect placement points and not so much on the elimination points. So I do hope there's going to be some sort of alteration in their gameplay. Now we got Team Flash, and as I mentioned, you know, during the past tournaments, that one of their players, which is Batman, he already transferred to the Savior, right? And what was it, the Savior? Yeah, the Savior. And you know, I feel like he is a great addition to the team. You know, he complements the team well, and I guess, you know, the tandem between Flash and Lamborghini and the rest of the team, I think it's working out just fine for them.
Yeah, it definitely is pretty interesting on how these dynamics actually work out for the rest of Team Flash. I'm also pretty interested on what Semnine has to offer, because ever since they brought in Firon, they are looking to be pretty on fire, just like how their tagline goes, Semnine on fire. But we're not going to be waiting any longer. I know you guys have been waiting for the matches to start, so do we, as we are about to count it down from 10, as we will begin our first matchup of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown here with our game 1 of the Grand Finals. Let's get it on!
Okay, maybe you just grab your drinks first and your snacks, ladies and gents, and invite your friends, your family, your loved ones, maybe even your ex-lovers out there, and you know, just let them know that yeah, that Ruthless Invitational Showdown is about to start. So this is a way for us to maybe keep a close watch on our favorite teams. Maybe some, you know, dark horses as well. If you feel like, okay, this player is going to do great soon enough, you know, eventually maybe he is starting with his Pubg career. So this is a great way to see just that. But anyway, I know it's taking a little bit of time to proceed to game number 1, but probably the reason why is that we're waiting for some of the players to still get inside the lobby or get inside the game. So we'll just give them ample time, you know, to get to that. But anyway, okay, here we go, dropping straight into Erangel, ladies and gents, and of course the classic battleground where strategies are tested and legends are made, with Group A and Group B facing off. Expect high energy plays, sharp rotations, and maybe a few surprise clashes at iconic hotspots like Pachinki or Jorgapul. So let's see who seizes the moment.
That's right, and speaking of which, we got plenty of legends on board of this flight path, and we're starting things pretty much on an even standpoint, where everybody gets to actually reach their designated location. We're looking at Sem9 to be dropping very, very early on, and I'm not too sure as to where exactly would they be moving towards, or could that just be a little bit of that bug coming in from the mini-map, but pretty much sure that nobody's going to be moving so deep into the waters unless if they truly disconnected. Sem9 actually moves towards the south side, so I believe that they're aiming for locations such as the Fair Pier to kick things up. Meanwhile, for Miracle Vibes, they're going to be pretty much nearby. If it's not going to be Pachinki, I believe it's going to be those quarters right across the regions over the south side. Meanwhile, there's just plenty of space, but a lot of the teams are actually headed towards hospital grounds as well as the entire treasure pool, and that's where Alpha 7 starts, where they have definitely kept everybody on the edge of their seat on how they've been able to perform back in the Night of Champions.
Yeah, the east side is pretty crowded, isn't it? Yeah, let's check out which of these teams are going to have the first match. It's amazing, you know, because Pachinki is completely clear, you know. I think nobody wants to live there for now. But anyway, unfortunate start for Voin Donkey. I mean, you don't want to start this game like this. I mean, probably just like what happened with Enigma Galaxy yesterday. They're having some technical difficulties as well, probably the Wi-Fi connection. But hopefully as well, just want to request from the mission control to give me a map feed, please, so that I can watch all those rotations happen. But anyway, we already have someone who fell victim to a stray bullet, or probably, I don't know, just got knocked down on his knees and did not quite see who it was, but it was a confirmed kill from the side of ASI8.
Yeah, to my surprise, the entirety of the members of Voin Donkey are already out of the matchup for some reason. So that's already 4 players out from the get-go. I believe it's going to be a quick contest, and they just didn't really have weapons to poke out. Meanwhile, of course, that one player being picked off, I definitely want to take a close hard look as to who exactly that is. But good news for Horaa Esports, things are looking very steady just by the corners of Yasnaya. But as I do say that, we do have company with them as it's A1 Esports.
Ooh.
It's going to be right opposite. So it's going to be an opponent that they've been very familiar with. So it's not going to be too high of a concern. But definitely these kind of contests are going to be a little bit tough to navigate around, as we're already looking at shots coming in from Sleepy as they are charging forward towards A1 Esports.
Well, yeah, this is not the first time this altercation happened between these two teams. I mean, we've got A1 and Horaa Esports, and Horaa being aggressive. I mean, they are on the offense side, and Sinister doing an incredible job, defending that building. But for now, I think he was able to receive a massive damage coming from Horaa Esports, currently knocked down on the ground here. So I do wonder what the rest of A1 is going to do in this situation. I mean, there's also a need for Horaa Esports to reset, to recuperate in the situation, but No Fear will definitely buy some time, for the rest of Horaa Esports. Now that he is charging all alone, man, he was able to put down Rowdy. Was that Rowdy? Oh, 2 players? Wow.
Wow, it is just so quickly as No Fear just pushes right through, but eventually he got caught in return because he was just pushing all alone. Hitman so far doing a lot of great work. He landed that grenade to halt that push coming in from the entirety of Horaa Esports, and that bought a little bit more time and space for the rest of A1 to work this one out. Segregated on multiple levels of the floor right now. It's going to be Sleepy that takes a little bit of a charge on the outskirts as he's waiting for some of all these footsteps. It's going to be Jingle that finds Rowdy, and Deathstorm is the next one to fall. A1 Esports, they just crumble as the rest of these members are slowly weirded down. It's all up to Sinister and Hitman right now.
Great kill from Jiggle. Nice teamwork and execution coming from Horaa Esports. I mean, we almost thought that, it's not going to be possible for Horaa Esports to kind of eliminate the rest of A1 since 2 of their players actually got shut down when they were crossing the road. But here we go. I think another team wants to join into the mix here. So let's see what's going to happen as Sinister is already backed in the corner here and being pursued by the boys of Horaa. But this is the chance for Team Flash to kind of score some points as well from Horaa Esports. Can they defend this building right here up against Team Flash?
We absolutely forgot that Team Flash have always dropped inside Yasnaya, and finally they make their way into the city, and just like that, they're dropping nades after nades up upon these members of Horaa Esports, who's currently boxed in. Jiggle needs to go in for a little bit of a reset as well, so Silky has been able to pick him up. But Bose, as well as Zeus, they're definitely on the push together with a new member along the side of Team Flash, and that's going to be Win. This is going to be the first time that we're seeing him in action, so I want to see what does he offer to the table, and I can't wait to see Team Flash versus 4MV because we will have 2 tops fighting against each other.
Okay, Sky no longer part of the equation here, so there's just 3 players for Horaa Esports, but I feel like it's still doable. They're perfectly positioned right now. That is a great shot coming from Sleepy, but not enough damage just yet to take anyone down. So that is some kind of warning shot, coming from Horaa Esports to take easy for the side of Team Flash. Do not be reckless at this point because one mistake can be costly at this point in the match.
Indeed, it will be as they're slowly navigating their way onto this push. It has been halted as they give a little room of respect towards Horaa Esports, who still has 3 members with them. Gonna be a tough case to crack, and you saw immediately when Team Flash was charging right through, they have already thrown almost every single the utilities that they have. So no more frag grenades. It's just going to be a little bit of a standstill unless somebody has, the kind of right setup to be able to clear out. Bose does have a S12K, so if there's anybody out there, he should be the one leading the charge, and the blue zone is already here. And they got to make their way onto the course of Georgia Pole, but they can't go just yet because none of them have vehicles, and leaving right now would be a threat coming from either side of the party who's going to be waiting inside of the building.
Yeah, this could also be detrimental for both of the teams here. I mean, since they don't have that much resources just yet, because it was like a battle right off the bat here, especially for Horaa Esports. I mean, Team Flash, they've had a little time, to go through and pillage those buildings to get some maybe ammos and some attachments they need for the guns. But yeah, I mean, they need to settle the score as fast as they could because the blue is already there devouring them. But since this is all just, like stage 1, it's not that, it's not that bad just yet. But anyway, here comes the attack now coming from Team Flash. And 5 elimination points now for Horaa Esports. That was an early elimination for both A1 and Team Flash. But the good thing is, okay, they're still alive. There's still a chance for them to get to the latter stages of the game. But they're down to their last player, so it could be difficult to pull off.
Yeah, it's still very possible. All they really have to do is cut over on the bridge or cut over on the Stalberg. Then there's a lot of empty room for them to enter maybe either 70 or even shooting range. So they just really have to wrap up the fight. I'm just unsure as to why Team Flash overcommitted right there, because we last saw they don't really have much of these resources and they were just waiting for them to move. And move, Horaa did. It's just big advancements where we saw No Fear leaping out there, securing those massive numbers. And now, Horaa starting really strong. That's already 6 points on the block. Noble getting caught out, though. It is just tough news, as it is the rest of his I8, or should I even say alter ego, to go in for those pickoff. And as I do expect some of these teams to be going on trial, there is 666. I'm not too sure which member of alter ego that is, but they're doing a magnificent work.
I mean, so far it was a great start for Horaa Esports. Again, during the Night of Champions, it wasn't really a very good run for them since, they didn't go as far as 17th place. That is it. But today, perhaps, it could they could tell another story here. I mean, it was amazing the fact that they were able to go through not just one team, but 2 teams from that particular spot. And I guess all we need to wait, for Horaa Esports is their consistency of playing the game. Could be hard to maintain, but again, they're all experienced players here. Coming off the kill feed is Alpha 7 versus LGD, and this is the Brazil versus China dynamic that we were talking about just a while ago. LGD getting slaughtered from that bridge. Right now, Weibo continues on with that massive spray, and he's been connecting. And it's so far so good for Alpha 7 Esports.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they started off really strong. They didn't really have to move too much. They were just looking around this region of North Georgia, and they find themselves a couple of all these LGD members trying to actually cut across. And you could easily tell that after 2 members failed to make their way past, the other 2 members have stayed back over on the south side. So all they really have to do is to at least find a decent compound to work all together with. So Lynx is going to see if there's going to be maybe a little bit of a wiggle room for them to play around these corners, but instead of going deeper into the zone, the rest of LGD are actually moving over onto the outskirts, perhaps expecting teams to be moving into the container section, so perhaps they could still look for some opening picks. Speaking of which, so far looking pretty clear, and just as a matter of fact, I believe Voin Donkey wasn't exactly enlisted in this group, which is why it was just their names being axed off the list. But of course, never mind that, as we are definitely going to be having those 60 teams on board still. Meanwhile, Circle goes further over on the north point, so that forces LGD to once again cut over on the bridge, and is still looking for Tianba, where they go on that late rotation and now slowly getting choked up over on the course of the bridge. Tianba was the one camping team on the south side of the islands, and this time they're the ones on the receiving end.
I got a little confused there because this guy's name is Tops as well. Yeah, but we're looking at Team Flash right at this moment. It's a great defense so far by Tops here. Was able to get at least 2 players from Tianba, I believe. We still got one more player knocked down on his knees, but Top's already on the way there to get the job done. And if you guys saw the map feed just a while ago, it's a long journey for the side of Team Secret because they are going to come from the south part area of Erangel. I believe so. I do hope that it wouldn't be too crowded the moment that they step inside the safe zone, because that could be quite risky, for the side of Team Secret. Now, looking at Alter Ego, Ares, one of them is hurt really bad. He's still down on the ground, so I do wonder if he's still can pick up by a teammate here, while Jal is having a little trouble as well, because a little bit low on HP, but we're not seeing any altercations happen just yet, or any confrontation for that matter, although Horaa Esports is pretty close with Formerical vibes.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit of a tough stand-in as we look at Formerical vibes to be looking for a deep setup. But nothing to be found so far, so it's still going to be a-okay for most of the gentlemen on board. Jiggle and the rest of Horaa Esports find themselves over onto the crash side, so they're just hoping that teams will be moving around this region, as it's usually a very high traffic area. Well, shots are being fired over Mika, unable to make his way across. Speaking of crowd, we have a bunch of them pretty much lurking around this far region of Jordanpool, as we are having Pablo to be standing toe-to-toe. Pablo brought down to 1 HP, but he's still fending off the entirety of 7-9. And just like that, Alter Ego shuts out the Malaysian side.
Yeah, it was a 3-way battle, so it's really hard to survive that kind of clash. I mean, it's Alter Ego Eras is out there in the open, while GLU Squad is holding on to a compound here. But just look at what kind of strategy Alter Ego Eras is doing right now. It seems to be working out for them. I mean, they can defend themselves, effectively. I mean, only goes to show how much experience these boys have already in the competitive scene. Now, looking at GLU Squad, they're still complete. Okay, so far so good. That will always be an advantage, but the exchange right now they're having with Alter Ego Eras, having said that, they do have that advantage. Alter Ego is just playing with 3 of their members, and I don't know what is happening, because we've got one player from GLU who's pretty close with Alter Ego Eras, but yeah, I think they are exchanging nades at this point.
Yeah, Glue Squad so far have always been the team that love to go in for a hug, and they're looking for their brothers coming in from Indonesia. While they do have that high ground, Tavian has arrived on the scene, as we see all the bucks into the little dip, and there's barely enough cover. BX goes for a drop shot, and it's just about enough for him to turn the tides around. 5 points in for side of Alter Ego, and Glue Squad may have actually regretted their decision.
It's a vulnerable spot. I mean, you don't have anything to cover yourselves with. I mean, it's a low ground, and Dplus KIA knows how to take advantage of it, but unfortunately kind of backfire, because now they just lost 3 of their members, and Alter Ego Era still survives.
And somehow they're just trading back and forth and just closing it in. Glue Squad goes on 11th spot, so I think it was pretty much a decent attempt. They think that the rest of all these members of Alter Ego was super vulnerable. Apparently not, because that bowl is just about enough. And meanwhile, on the other side, it's Squash Boo with a massive nade to take out the entirety of the squad we just seen on our screen. So great work so far for the rest of these members of Alpha 7.
Squash Boo doing some squash. Yeah, I mean, we did call it out just a while ago. I mean, it was a long travel coming from the south side, and then, they collided with Alpha 7, and now they're completely out of the game, or at least during the first match. Again, this is more like a warm-up, for the teams here, since match number 1 is usually getting acquainted with everyone that is participating in this lobby. But anyway, getting back into Formerical vibes, 1 point set out by Ruthless over here. They have the chance to collide with Horaa Esports, and there you go, Doc again, making some angles work on his side, was able to put took down Sleepy from Horaa, and now he has been taken out of the equation. And coming off the kill feed, it's LGD as well, racking up some points from ASI8.
So far, looking to be pretty clear for now, as many of these teams are over at North Point. A little bit of exchange going on as 4 Miracle Vibes will clash up against the members of Horaa Esports. We're only left down to this final member, so Nofair's got to do everything possible to take on Doc. Both sides full HP, and here comes the push. Double tap on that S12K will settle the score for Esports. Still got themselves 7 points in return.
It's still okay. I mean, not an aggressive start, but it's good. I mean, the fact that they were able to put up 7 elimination points, I think it's fine, you know, to start the matches. It's not always easy to score some elimination points, so it's okay. Anyway, I think we only have a number of teams left inside the game. We got RRQ, Alpha 7, LGD. We also got ASI8 here in 4 Miracle Vibes. Alter Ego, Eris, and Dplus KIA. Okay, the circle shifted again, and this time favoring, of course, RRQ since they are already in the middle. But I'm kind of worried. Okay, this concerns me because I don't see any compounds, so I don't see any concrete walls that could potentially protect the teams or the players. So we'll probably see the fight happen in an open field.
Indeed, we are. So far, none of these members of Alter Ego is using their real name. I'm not too sure about that, though. Now they're rocking up against the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes, so it does have a little bit form of cover coming into the corners of the crash site, but that's barely enough room for them to work with. So for Miracle Vibes, they're definitely looking for a little bit of extension as they quickly push outwards to challenge that sole member of Alter Ego. He's pretty much spread too thin. I mean, where is the rest of these members of Alter Ego? They're slowly getting tagged, and he is making a run for it just to get himself a little bit more of a cover. But as the rest of the members of 4 Miracle Vibes push on, they might actually spot him out, but thankfully there was RRQ just across the field to be able to hold 4 Miracle Vibes back. So that buys a little bit more time for Bonjour.
All I wanted to say is how phenomenal Alter Ego Ares was when they defended themselves not just up against one team, but 2 teams firing at them simultaneously, and the fact that they were able to put up 8 elimination points, and the situation was even against them. I mean, they were on the low ground, it was an open space, but effectively defended themselves, and now they are at the top of the charts with the most number of points here, and we are already at stage 5 with 7 teams remaining, so we are close to wrapping up our match number 1, and since they still have 3 of their members, oh, there's a big chance that they might even score the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, it's a little too soon to tell, but ASI8, you know, they've still got 3 members to work with. They also got a hefty chunk of points to kick things off. Now that they're finally getting out of that tunnel, they can absolutely find a little bit of exchange in return, but we have 10 overlooking that corner of the bunker. 4 Miracle Vibes now secures that 5th pointer in their run. First, you put their predictions onto them. They do have a lot of arsenal of weapons for them to hold on for chicken dinner as well.
It's hard to get stuck inside the bunker, right? I mean, it has so many choke points, you know. I get too claustrophobic whenever I see someone or a team get inside. But anyway, not my problem. 6 teams remaining. Ladies and gents, 4 Miracle Vibes with 6 elimination points as well. It's Refus and Dog's been doing all the job here at getting or bagging those kill points that they need for the team. We can see that Jal is trying to pick his moment here, trying to pick his angle as well. They're pretty spread out, if you ask me. But we got Top spotting 2 members inside that shack again. Oh, man! Nicely done by ASI8. I mean, we've got one player from 4 Miracle Vibes currently knocked down on the ground. Now make that 2, ladies and gents. Jal and Doc both on their knees.
That was perfect defense. I mean, that could be pretty devastating if the nade does actually pop inside the shack. Meanwhile, Carrillo trying to flush off the members of LGD. He has to do it all alone. The rest of the members are nowhere nearby. As you can see, they're pretty much at the corner map behind the spine of the hill, where currently RQ has the only compound available. That leaves everybody else standing out in the open. ASI getting caught up with Huzaifa. over on the grass. Meanwhile, there was back and forth trades that will eventually see that former Vibes member on the ground. Lynx, he does have the bird's eye view up against Doc as well as Tops. This is going to be a little bit tough, but Tops is already giving help to the fallen member. And here comes Ed. He drops in the Molotov. It might just burn them up alive. Edgar's barely enough room, but somehow the member of ASI8 stays afloat. But this nade will be primed right in. There's barely enough room left for that member as he tries to run out, but not finding enough just about yet. 10, is he going to get it? He just cuts himself a little bit more cover because there's pressure coming from the hillside.
They knew the importance of not letting anyone get close to that shack. You know, it was a perfect defense a while ago coming from ASI8. The way that they took down, former Vibes from that range was just, like wonderful. It's a chef's kiss. But unfortunately, though, LGD was able to get close through a molly, which took a massive hit onto Baby right there. So that was the end of the line for him. And a good charge, though, for LGD. But since we are already at stage 6 here with 4 teams remaining, they're down to their last player. A win or a WWCD could be hard to pull off, but of course, we're not discounting that fact to even happen. Alter Ego Eras with 10 elimination points is pretty strong, aggressive, just as expected coming from this boys. This is their way of actually saying hello to everyone. We are in the game.
That's right, and they also spot out 10 great sharp shots, but it's actually Carrillo that does find a number instead because he's running towards the direction of Carrillo, and he just secures it easily with that DBS. Point taken away from the side of Alter Ego, so they will have to find alternative plans. RRQ have not been activated just yet. The fight is right now between these two members, but take a look at MG from RRQ. They're looking for a flank, and as they look to take on the entirety of Alter Ego.
Not looking too good for the side of Alter Ego Eras. They are in between RQ and Alpha 7, ladies and gents. And there you go. X666 has been knocked down on the ground, and that is a confirmation from RQ that they've already gotten the point. They've already gotten the job done. Nerpeiko cooking up a nade here while MG tries to find a spot here, trying to go off angle. They're applying a lot of pressure onto the side of Badger here of Alter Ego Eras. I mean, it's hard for him to get inside the zone or even maintain his position. Carrillo also trying to join into the mix here. He is driving his vehicle, but I don't think that he will be pushing through with the plan because he kind of stepped back now. And again, Alter Ego Eras, despite having all the odds playing against them, even from a while ago, still was able to put up 10 elimination points, which is of course not hard, or not easy rather, to pull off.
That's right. Now it's down to the Brazilian superstars versus the Kings of Kings. And the Kings are finally being pinned down. One member being knocked up over the course of the hill. Carrillo so far doing plenty of damage in this matchup, as he's definitely going to be getting a whole lot more intel coming into that corner map. So they understood that all that there is these players inside the shack as they slowly worded them down. They can take that time because RQ's got nowhere else to go.
Yeah, but they do have the compound here, and it will be difficult for Alpha 7, of course, to even get close. All they need to do, for the side of RQ, is just really be patient at this point and wait out for them, and play their cards right. At least I can say 60% they can bag the chicken dinner here.
Very high numbers, I would say, but of course, if they were not careful enough on navigating this fight, then it's the RRQ that may actually walk away with it. That nade definitely comes pretty close towards Nepeko, but these long-range knobs aren't going to fool Nepeko as he dances it off, but I'm not too sure if he has any more med kits available because he's hanging around with 60%. There we go, just a couple of bandages or perhaps a couple of drinks for them to work with. But Alpha 7, they're just not leaving anything to chance. That is going to be the direct center of the zone where RQ is currently at. So no matter what, they have to form a push, but it has to be strategic.
Yes. It's going to be too much of a risk here if they decide to crash that compound, because again, they will have to go through an open space here. And what RQ needs to do at this point is just hold on to their spot and just really wait out for Alpha 7 next move in this situation. But utilities can actually run out. They've been throwing a lot of nades, and I feel like they're low on utilities right now, and RRQ definitely will be having a grand time just in case Alpha 7 decides to actually push this now. But so far so good for the side of RRQ. Alpha 7 still having a hard time figuring out how they can flush them out.
Yeah, you can see that the Pekko is definitely holding an angle that is absolutely smart. Wherever they decide to crash in, and that first contact probably will be Carrillo that's going to be on the vehicle. Now they're not wasting any more time. They're going on that push. The smokes have been set up, so they will drive towards the corner wall. And there you go. The nades are being primed right in. Molotov just to deny a little bit more of that zone, and the fight will now commence. Carrillo goes on the flank. Meanwhile, Mafioso looking for a long-range opportunity as well. This is going to be a tight one. And they brought Subel down to 20 HP. And they find it.
Okay, that is the opening. A7 it has been waiting for. We've got one of them knocked down on the ground. And that is, of course, how you play it. Alpha 7 coming in hot, doing what they do best, getting the W. Really was, I mean, that was the best way I could ever think of, I could ever imagine that they could do. I mean, just really hold the line there, maintain their position, not move any muscle, and not give away or compromise their location to Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 did great, to be honest. I mean, they have been trying to flush them out, costing both of the players from RQ to get disoriented, with all of the nades coming through them. It kind of deafens your earphones, right? So you cannot hear whether the opponents are already inside the house. Somehow that's already a disadvantage for RQ. But then again, it was still a great effort to defend themselves, even if the odds are already against them, but a well-deserved win for the side of Alpha 7.
That's right, and there's only going to be more big news coming in from the South Americans, as Alpha 7 Esports so far has shown pure finesse in this matchup. And we've also seen a lot of all these PEL teams to also step up in this matchup, namely LGD, where they still have a very consistent run, and they do make our top 4 in the match. So other than that, ASI8, they were hiding inside the bunker, but little do we know, they've been taking players off the list one after another. And there was that instance where they were just playing through that shack, and they came really close up against all these big names out there, including Formerical Vibes, as they do have secured themselves plenty more.
That could have been an insane play, though, for the side of Baby of ASI8. I mean, if he was able to pull off a clutch there, eliminating that player from LGD, that could have been a great clip of what a clutch looks like. But yeah, still a different LGD we're seeing right now for the Invitational Showdown. It's a very aggressive still, but a calculated risk for the PL teams. And just checking, head to head, we've got Lynx, okay, versus No Fear of Horaa Esports. Elimination points obviously go to LGD. Damage output, though, 859. So that only goes to show that No Fear was able to shut down a lot of them players, but wasn't able to get the job done. That means he wasn't able to transition that into a kill point.
Yeah, if you recall, Horaa Esports took on A1 Esports as well as Team Flash, so his damage definitely is significant because he's someone to take the lead when it comes down to all these fights out there. We saw maybe a little bit more of the passive side out of RRQ Ryu, where they're just holding through on that compound, and by the time that it seems like they were trying to get activated. They sent a member up the hillside to challenge Alter Ego, and both Alter Ego and RQ, they got clipped by Alpha 7. That forces RRQ to turtle in, which is why we're not really seeing those big numbers whatsoever coming from RRQ.
But the MVP of the match here, Badru, coming from Alter Ego Eras, 4 elimination points with 1,208 damage output. Oh man, this guy, for as long as he could, he tried to defend himself, but it was just like too much pressure, and it was an overwhelming experience for him since he was left all alone to deal with business. But then again, you know, at the end of the match, he got the MVP title.
I just got a tinge of the spidey sense that this might just be Rosemary just by the output of damage out there. I mean, I could be absolutely wrong, and I'm still very much impressed on the output that Badru has overall in this game. I mean, particularly that's like 14 utilities in the span of how many battles were they in? Because they were just defending that corner goal. And not only was it Badru, we also do have another member called BX666. So I have no clue. I mean, these guys from Indonesia, they're always funky with their names, man. But we got Baby and Lings to be the top performers on the block as well.
Okay, so that confirms it. Since I saw the picture, baby O from ASI8 is none other than Crypto himself. So it's gonna be interesting because Fourth Rhymes is also playing, and I would love to see a clash between these two amazing teams.
Yeah, I definitely want to take a good hard look into, you know, the shift of the next map. If we're going to be sticking to A versus B again, then it definitely will be pretty interesting of how Miramar goes. And speaking of which, we'll take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you match 2 here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Yo, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, ladies and gents. My name is Red Queen, together with Contra, and you also. What an electrifying match that we've had in Erangel. Of course, it was an incredible gameplay coming from all the teams, but we can only have one winner.
That's right, and speaking of which, it was Alpha 7 that find their winning ways heading into the very first match of the day, and perhaps even more to go because we still got 5 more matches for tonight, and we're moving into Miramar for our next hurdle.
Alter Ego Ares also delivered a standout performance with, of course, bold plays, racking up a total of 10 elimination points before making their exit. A true, of course, a testament which you can already see on the screens right, or in your screen right now. Oh yeah, here we go. Alpha 7, and there's Alter Ego Ares, and then coming in at 3rd place, it was I8 Esports.
That's right, a really strong start coming out of not only Alpha 7 but also Alter Ego Ares, as they did manage to secure the most elimination points. And of course, with Crypto and the ASI8 roster, you always expect him to be very, very explosive. And that said, I'm definitely looking at the rest of the pack, how they're holding up. We definitely see a decent exchange coming from most of these teams. Even if they don't really get too much going on, it has still been a decent one where a majority of all these players still has secured themselves at least a single point, maybe at least an outlier out there with 0 points, but we're not too concerned because that was just maybe a little bit warm up. Now moving into Miramar, we're just gonna get even rowdier from here on.
Yeah, it was a tough start for A1 Aero Esports. You know, they've had an early clash with a Horaa, and they've sent them packing and cutting their impact short this match. But anyway, we've got, of course, match 2 coming in, and it's going to be groups A and C this time. And the newcomers would be BTR, 4 Thrives, D Savior, Vampire, JDG, ThunderTalk, RRQ Ryu, and Voin Donkey.
That's right, and this is definitely going to be pretty interesting now that we're bringing back NS RedForce on board as well. Now, I'm definitely looking at 4 Tribes because they've been in a fire form, so I definitely think that they're hoping to get themselves back towards the top now that they've seen what really went on in the very first matchup. So I'm pretty sure that they would be having a rough idea on where these spots will be available or otherwise.
Okay, but again, we do have to make this prediction. So how about production goes first? Because I still have to check my list. Okay,
easy for me. I'm going for T because
4
they've been,
Tribes.
looking
not a bad
really,
thing.
really great.
Vampire Esports. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go with and it's RedForce.
Okay, good call out there. If it wasn't for Tribes, I definitely are looking at Voin Donkey to see how they're going to be able to hold up against everybody else. Because out of all the teams from Indonesia, I think Voin Donkey has some of the most solid strategy moving into the majority of all these maps. So I'm keeping my eyes on them if it's going to be whether if they will be able to score a big game or not. And moving to Miramar, it is always going to be a little tough. So I am just hoping that we're going to be able to at least have a decent exchange for majority of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, match number 2, it hasn't started just yet, but I just know it's going to shape up to be an exciting clash between Group A and Group C on Miramar. It's a vast desert, of course, and long-range engagements will definitely be happening at the first few zones in the map. There's also the fact that, you know, with teams like Alpha 7 Esports and Bigetron in the mix, I do expect bold plays and top-tier positioning battles. And also, you need to watch out for D Savior, because D Savior, when it comes to Miramar, they're pretty awesome.
Yeah, and of course, everybody could not get over the fact that they just took out, like, what, 3 squads when they only have, like, what, 2 players left? That was absolutely incredible. Not many teams have been able to have that level of tenacity as Levi's or Parisian do, and overall that has been super duper impressive. So I'm hoping that they will do exactly the same moving into this Miramar matchup if they're on board. So we'll definitely have to see if they will be able to do just that. But we're looking at these Barren Desert to, of course, offer not only a lot of all these big teams on those fights, but at the very same time, is there going to be certain areas that's going to be highly contested? Because over on the Night of Champions, we see a lot of battles taking place in Picado. There were also challengers moving into some regions of Hacienda, some regions over on the Los Leones, and most often the time, they do start off with a fight.
Oh yeah. I expect Los Leones to be crowded. Picado is always a great spot, for clashes, and I think it is what will separate, those teams who are passive and aggressive, because mostly passive will go off chart, like they're really go away from the flight path, but those who prioritize getting the best resources, of course you have to drop into the prominent cities that we have in Miramar, definitely they will be coming for that. But the rules to follow when you want to survive in a battle royale. Of course, if you want something, you just have to fight for it. So that's again one of the things that we should look out for.
Yeah, overall, definitely there's plenty of fights that we can expect moving into the territories of Vampire Esports, because there were names such as, I'm not too sure if it's Weibo or one of the teams from PL that always goes in to challenge them, and there are sometimes outliers to moving into the stadium grounds as well. So it can be pretty tense where even 3 teams will be on board. So the last time, of course, D Savior dropped into El Pozo, they were also met with Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, I'm wondering if they're going to be on board as well heading into the matches for this evening.
Yeah, you shouldn't count out Vampire Esports. I agree with you. I mean, their aggressive style might just, shake things up in the open landscape. I mean, it's all about, who can handle the unpredictable shifts, of Miramar zones while keeping their cool under pressure, so to speak. So let's see who takes control of the desert and comes out on top. And also, ladies and gents, we are interested and we are dying to know which of these teams you are going to pick for match number 2. We'd also love to know about your predictions. So make a lot of noise down there in the comment section, because in just a few moments, match number 2 will begin.
That's right. We saw a lot of these teams were really putting up such a massive run, especially for Alpha 7. Will they go on a streak as Group A is still on board? It's time to find out as the clock is ticking, and we can't wait to start off our first Miramar of the day.
All right, here we go. We're already inside the plane, and we'll definitely see teams open up their chutes to head on towards their favorite drop spots. And of course, the moment they land on their feet and they get their hands on the ammunitions and the guns, we'll be starting the fight real good.
That's right, as this flight path will kick off by the corner of prison where they usually spawn, and it will end up just by the quarters of Torre Ahumada as well as the Oasis. So plenty of areas to play out. So looking at most of the region of Chimasera, which will be a direct drop for American Bloods, whether if there's going to be any form of contest. We're looking at Voin Donkey already hopping off of the plane path. Meanwhile, 4 tribes are slowly folding on the corner of Monte Nivo. If they were to dock there, that's going to be great. If they extend to El Pozo, we might actually see some battles taking place, because A7 is going to be moving into that quarter instead. While I expect Vampire Esports to be directly over center, BTR have always remained in power grid ever since this team has established, and they're not budging from that point onwards.
Yes, and as we can see the flight path here, we are trying to check, okay, which of the areas are going to be highly populated. And the circle just went up north, ladies and gents, northeast. that is. Okay, and we can see Weibo Gaming again, just like what my co-caster said. They're probably headed towards Toriyahumada. And Dplus KIA amazingly just went down south together with LGD Gaming, and Alpha 7 has taken control of El Palzo here, but perhaps we can see a fight between D Savior and Alpha 7 Esports. But you know what, Team Secret is having an altercation as well somewhere onto the southwest side of the zone.
Yeah, speaking of which, this is just by the quarters of St. Martin as they take that urban setting as their playground. GQ already got that M4 in hand, but the rest of the Nongshim RedForce members are charging right through. What a jump shot coming from TZ as he secures that knock. Quickly secured while we have Alpha 7 locking down that member of the Savior. And we've seen this happen up against Nigma Galaxy before. Are they sure they really won that full challenge just yet? When Mafioso is being zoned out by the Molotov, it will definitely take a while as we're looking at barely enough resources. And here comes Trang on the off angle as he parkours his ways on the outskirts. But there's 3 members that he needs to settle scores with.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of parkour in this situation. I mean, he was able to inflict damage to Ennis RedForce, but none of the boys of Ennis RedForce has been knocked down just yet. So there's plenty of chance for them to hunt this player and probably retaliate over him. Now, we've seen D Savior defend this building countless times, but Alpha 7 seems to be doing a good job so far, putting down one of their players, and that would be Natty T, which brings us down to just 3 players for the side of D Savior, and this could be a little tricky for D Savior to win the fight up against Alpha 7, but of course they can always flip the script depending on how good the execution will be. But over to the side of Team Secret here versus Ennis RedForce, Team Secret is on the lower floors of this building right here. But if you know the tricks that you can pull off when inside the buildings of Miramar, then you can easily eliminate your opponent. But then again, it takes precision, it takes timing, and it takes great communication between the players and between the team.
Absolutely, and overall, it has been a little bit tricky. We did see that Team Secret did have a member carrying an M249.
Oh,
And that weapon is going to be absolutely devastating for Nongshim RedForce to deal against, even if they do have shotguns or so. Now, we'll definitely have to wait and see if there's going to be any sort of further commitment from the looks of it. Not quite yet, but we know they definitely do want to commit with this one. Nongshim, they're feeling very confident because they do have these 3 members to be working around this big sector of the office building. So it's just going to be a long gridlock for now. It's really down to what Trang as well as Frankie could actually set up this time around. This being Team Secret's very first game here over the course of the weekend, I think they're just trying to, of course, ease their way out of this matchup. So we'll see if they'll be able to at least start out on the good note, though they've already lost 1 member. So other than that, it's just decent news. Not really the best, but not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, for now, you don't want to make any rush decision, right? I mean, Team Secret already lost 1 of their members, so again, they don't want to be reckless at this point. Going up against Ennis RedForce, who is a great competitor as well. I mean, they recently won the PMPS, so you just know the caliber of this players right here. And Team Secret knows exactly that, and they're being very cautious at this point. They don't want to make any mistakes. But yeah, this is currently a standoff that's been happening between these 2 teams. But we do have 1 player from Team Secret who is a little bit off angle here, probably the one just getting all the information if they're going up, they're going down, probably listening to the footsteps and just waiting for any of the players from Ennis RedForce to go out or come out from hiding, and that's exactly where he's going to shoot. But 4 drives. Okay, 1 elimination point.
Yeah, they managed to just wrap around after looting Montenevo, and just by the outskirts, caught 1 member out of Alpha 7. That definitely takes a lot of navigating around the fields, or scouting, I would say, just to get that pickoff. Meanwhile, Tony K also getting a number done up against the members of JDG.
Oh, we've got an opening. We have got an opening. Team Secret was able to throw an effective nade up against NS RedForce, so perhaps that would pave the way for them to get inside the building and do the job. But in the meantime, let's check out Vampire Esports as they butcher the players of JDG. And there you go, just like that. We didn't see it happen, but yeah, NS RedForce already out of the game here, courtesy of Team Secret. And while Vampire Esports is still collecting their points as well, oh man, everyone is just having a good time
There's
here.
still one
But
player.
there's one more.
He's just limping around. I mean, this will definitely be secure, but where exactly is that final member? It's nowhere to be seen thus far. And that is definitely going to be a little bit more concerning for the moment. While it is, I can only read that first letter in Chinese. That's Xiao, small, and Z. Pretty much it. But I'm
Z.
hopeless when it comes down to Chinese. I know. Don't at me where I definitely disappointed my grandparents for that. But overall, the fight commences as also looks for a pickoff up against LGD.
Whew, man, if you're left with one player in the team, you just have to focus on longevity and probably pick a spot where none of the players or none of the teams would suspect you to be at, and probably just pop up again during the last few zones of the game. But anyway, LGD just suffered a casualty. I mean, we've got one out, taken out of the equation here, which is, of course, can be a little tricky to pull off a WWCD, because we still got a lot of teams with a complete set of players. From the kill feed, it's Alter Ego Eras again collecting some points. Was able to put down one from ThunderTalk Gaming, but since that we do have that great distance between these two teams, so perhaps we can add that to just damage output from the side of Alter Ego Eras, because I don't think Alter Ego Eras will be leaving this compound just yet.
Yeah, this place looks too oddly familiar. This is a deja vu moment, just like back on the final night of Champions round. It's the second Miramar that was played off that is around this vicinity, so whoever books Hacienda is going to have a real good time. Here comes the rival Alter Ego as they strike down two members of ThunderTalk. They're pretty much exposed. The entirety of the squad, they're just out there in the open, and just like that, BX, she will take three members down.
Alter Ego Eras came in looking to pop some heads, and the first victim that fell to their hands inside Miramar are those boys, the opposition of ThunderTalk Gaming. Now, I think they're down to how many players? One more? Okay, one more player, ladies and gentlemen. That's how aggressive Alter Ego Eras can be. And I've always talked about this during the past tournaments, that Alter Ego Eras, I believe Miramar is also, like their strongest map. They just know how to maneuver. They know how to move inside this game, and it's just amazing how they can pull off sometimes ridiculous angle, especially coming from Rosemary. That is why he's very popular. He have already established his name as also one of the greats when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and I do expect a lot more of that action coming from Alter Ego Eras. In the meantime, Weibo, again, this isn't like a great start for them. I mean, one of them is currently knocked down on the ground, but this is more of a civil war up against JD. But then again, JD, they have the advantage since they do have that compound. They do have that wall to protect them from any of the bullets that would be coming from any direction. So it's best. I feel like Weibo should just back away for now and just, I don't know, like maybe recalibrate and reset and probably think of what to do next.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we take a look at that zone, it definitely looks like there's barely enough of all these compounds for them to work with that is going to be unoccupied at this current standpoint, which is why you're looking at teams just swarming around, and it's not really doing any favors for everybody out there as the rest of Team Secret looks for a little bit of a bowl, and this kind of a water silo is just going to be the only form of refuge for the moment, and they're not feeling super confident about this current standpoint. Therefore, they are going to take their sweet time to see if they could just navigate out of there and just perhaps hold some areas around Hacienda de Patron. Meanwhile, greater commitment come from Badru as they are taking this fight on the blue zone by the corners of Truck Stop up against Dplus KIA.
Hey, if you see an opportunity again, you just have to grab it. And the fact that this game is fast-paced, you just just have to move, and move. But we can see, okay, Dplus KIA here with a mini 14 and just tapping away. Probably was able to inflict pain again, but I'm not sure if we've gotten any information if it was able to pick any of the players from that range. But anyway, back to Alter Ego Eras here. Badru already out of the game, but X666 here was, managed to put or bag 3 elimination points for himself, and the fight continues on for Alter Ego Eras.
Yeah, just so far clean takes coming from the side of BX as they spot out the return of ThunderTalk, and then after that, as much as they really want to further commit, the zone is just going further and further away, which is why we're looking at them for prioritizing the area plays. Voin Donkey, a team that I'm excited to watch, are currently tagging up against the members of Team Secret. Last we saw, it wasn't exactly the easiest of spots for Team Secret to play out. They finally found a place to call home, but there's that. It isn't exactly the safest area to play out. But at the very same time, we're just looking at majority of these teams going for those long-range exchanges. I really do appreciate the members of BTR as we got the entire roster playing the real deal right now. We got Federalis on board. We got Razy and many more of these names up there on our screens.
So this is going to be exciting. During the Night of Champions, I feel like the Academy players were the ones taking control of the game, but this time Federalis is in the mix and the rest of the stars of Bigetron Red villains. So let's see if they can make something happen for BTR. Getting back into Weibo here, again, they've managed to put 1 elimination point. Just a while ago, they tried to challenge up the boys of JD, but backed away because it wasn't really the best to do right now. I mean, it was too early for a fight, so it's logical that they kind of stepped away from that one. Tony K, however, is cooking up a nade here, challenging them up, so could be bad for Weibo.
But there's only 3 players left for the side of Vampire Esports, so it definitely looks pretty tough because that nade lands perfectly on top of SY. And over on the other corner, there is going to be D-Saber to also answer back. The rest of Weibo Gaming is actually within the other side of the compound, so I don't think anyone's extending out for the rescue. Meanwhile, the Torres takes down Levi's on this 3-way warfare.
All right, I mean, 3, it's not a problem if they're not even complete. So that says a lot with the gameplay we're seeing coming from Vampire Esports. Tony Case not stopping at all, throwing up a lot of nades up against Weibo. But you know what? I feel like D-Savior is interested to join into the mix here, so that can be interesting as well. Horaa Esports, we can see No Fear is close as well within proximity. So, I mean, this could be a party that we didn't expect. But anyway, a lot of nades still being thrown, trying to flush Weibo Gaming out. How well are they going to be defending themselves up against a D-Savior at this point, or in this particular situation? We've got JZX backed in the corner here and just waiting for them to actually get inside, get close to him, and let's see if he's any good when it comes to a CQC fight.
We can definitely tell that this compound is going to be a prime location, which is why they're opting to actually take them out. The nade falls pretty closely, just about enough to supplement, as Parajin is the one that shuts down RC. Quick maneuvers once more coming in from the Vietnamese side. We now also have Woon to be joining the rest of D-Saber on this push as well. Woon, he's looking for pretty much a quick takedown, and just like that, Weibo Gaming is deleted.
But Vampire Esports been monitoring the situation, and now they're getting to let D-Savior have a taste of their own medicine. Here comes Ventoris with the first attack, with the first nade, damaging, of course, one T100. I'm not exactly sure what his name is, but yeah, I mean, he's been inflicting damage. Pubg was able to dodge the attack, but of course, this doesn't stop here, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire will definitely continue on making it rain nade here to try to get these Savior boys out of this building before they get inside and annihilate them.
And take a look at the far corner of the screen. There is also No Fear watching all these commotion happen. Once they further commit, I believe he will call in the cavalry for the rest of Horaa Esports to just swing right at the weakened side. Swinging with that nade, looking pixel perfect And then Torres is definitely opening up the account right now, going for that full push.
Wow.
And just like that, it's all down to Wunti, who makes his debut. He needs to make it shine even brighter as he trades right back. But there's two members roaming right through on his left. He's trying to manage it with the couple of shells coming from the S12K. He does connect one shot, two down, and more to go. Bringing it up to 4-9. He's going for the fastest break. Can he seal the deal? It's Tony Clay that clutches and saves the day. And here comes No Fear.
Oh, yeah. The fight doesn't stop here, ladies and gents, but, okay, I was looking for the backup, okay. So, Vampire Esports, after what they did to D-Saver, now they're experiencing it as well. Tony K, he doesn't have anyone to back him up, and so Horaa Esports, of course, is taking advantage of that one. But before they exited the game, they were able to put up 8 elimination points and 4 for D-Saver here, ladies and gents. From that exchange, we've got 2 players knocked down on the ground, which paves the way for Dplus KIA to crash the compound, but No Fear was able to put a stop to that track.
Everybody wants a piece of this land, and it seems like this battle will be never ending. No Fear just holding down the line up against Fabian. Then Fabian, he goes in for the exchange and successfully takes him down. That's not over quite yet. The rest of No Fear's company will definitely respond as Horaa drops in big bangs of an aid. And just like that, slowly singling out all these targets. Just not enough coming in from Sky. Now it's down to Chip, and he does pin down one member. That is Sky. 1v1. Slippy versus Chips. He's going to be able to take this one. Damage being done with the DBS. Going for that reroll, and he sees this opportunity to go in for a push. Not quite enough coming from Chips. It's coming pretty close, but no secret just yet. Here comes the swing coming for the M4, and they will seal the deal. Horaa Esports and the Purple Hearts dominate.
Sleepy saves the day. 5 points for Horaa Esports. Man, that was close. I mean, the way Sleepy danced himself off, you know, waited for the right opportunity, great timing. Man, it was a perfect clutch right there. And we're getting back into 4th rounds here, ladies and gents. We are at stage 5 with 8 teams remaining here. Alter Ego Aero seems to be doing a great job as well. Although Zeta, coming from Voin Donkey, was able to spot one out from Alter Ego Aeros, and I think we're getting a lot of confirmation that some of the boys are getting picked off one by one. But we're looking at Zeta at the moment. Voin Donkey already suffered 2 casualties, so it's 2 players active for this team. Now Zeta goes in for the charge here while Potato's cooking up the nade. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to let go of that nade. That's why he's currently on the ground right now, while Zeta is experiencing some trouble himself as well. But he is healing up, but does he have enough time, though?
Here comes LGD. It's third party upon third party in this entirety of the match. And they're just going to storm right through. They know that both Voin Donkey as well as Alter Ego has been weakened up. So it's all about the scores right now. Just getting the angles right. He tries to hop over on the ledge, and it seems like there will be a retaliation. Zeta has to pull back, going on a little bit of a goose chase, but that's not quite cutting it for the margins as well. And finally, LGD comes knocking at the gates, and with the nade, LGD secures it.
Oh, man. Again, we came here for action, and that's exactly what we're getting coming from this teams. I mean, they're all putting up a great show for us, and this is just match number 2 and day 1 of the grand finals, but it's very promising here, ladies and gents. Hopefully, you know, we can see a land event happen for Ruthless Hype Esports, so I could just experience, you know, the screams, the excitement coming from the crowd in real time. But anyway, here we go. T24 is getting into position. He is currently on prone here, trying to find a good shot up against GLU. Can he be successful? He knows exactly where to aim his gun. He is a hunter, but then again, you just have to wait for that perfect opening to take your prey down.
Sure enough, and it definitely will take quite a tad bit before they get themselves into a perfect angle. Meanwhile, I'm just really surprised on the tenacity of BX666. Still want to find out who exactly this is, and they go for the exchange. He still gets the knockdown, and he confirms the kill. LGD this time panicking as they're only down to 1 member remaining. Alter Ego, they secured 8 points so far.
LGD getting picked off one by one here, but it's not easy for the side of Alter Ego Ares, as well as they're down to just one remaining player here. But let's see if they still have a lot of tricks in their sleeves. Maybe they can pull off a miracle, but then again, I spoke too soon because that was the end of the line for them. Anyway, 6 teams, ladies and gents. We're back into looking at Horaa Esports. I think they're about to dance it up against this last remaining player of LGD, which is Tian, of course, over to the east side of the map here. We can see Tian just did a massive spray up against Jiggle, who is on the other side of the road, but he is already pinched by Horaa Esports, so that was a pretty obvious outcome. And now we're looking at the final 5 teams remaining, with 4 Thrives being at the top of the chart here.
Yeah, I remember the last time that they played this situation before, it was 4 tries that does secure the chicken dinner. So this time around, it seems like they're using exactly the same formula, and things are working out as we are looking at them just having the best spot possible. BTR, they're finally making it around the corners of the warehouse, and this might just be sufficient for them to push right through, as they definitely will have company in the form of 4 tries as they spot these members of GLU rotating over onto the outskirts. Just like that, we will see a couple of knocks going in favor inside of BTR. 1 member knocked out, 4 teams on the block. GLU, only 1 member remaining. Horaa Esports are waiting to strike when the moment is right.
This is going to be an exciting end zone game. I mean, we've got 4 Thrives, we've got BTR, we've got Horaa Esports. GLU already out of the way here. Falak has been staying up north. He's not getting into any engagements here. But BTR, they do have a strong advantage here since they're working inside a compound. They still have a full squad. Same thing goes for 4 Thrives. Now, the only disadvantage I can see coming from the side of Horaa Esports is that they're playing with only 3 members. But then again, we are stage 6, and we still have quite a few more seconds before we go to stage 7, so perhaps, you know, this could be a Mexican stand-up, you know, for a while. I don't think any of the teams here will go for a hard push just yet, because there's no pressure for them to move forward just yet, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it definitely is the waiting game right now.
Oh no!
These 3 teams, and it is a pixel perfect shot coming from the side of the 4 Tries member, and Sky. He's got this bird's eye vision despite Nova being knocked down. So they are trying to see if they can just take them off the wheels at this current moment. Just a little bit more, but it's not quite enough just yet. We have the rest of 4 teams going on the exchange up against Horaa Esports. BTR, they're just going to be waiting for the right moment to pounce, because they don't really have to do too much from this standpoint.
It's not the best of spots here for the side of Horaa Esports. The odds are definitely against them. I mean, they are only playing with 3 players, and they're on the far east side, and now the circle shifted again, favoring BTR as well as the 4 Thrives here. So it can be difficult for the boys of Horaa Esports to even step inside the zone, because BTR, for sure, they're going to apply a lot of pressure onto the side of Horaa Esports. What can happen? We're still not sure, but the odds really not favoring Horaa Esports at this time. And I mean, they could pull off, you know, a huge trick here, but it can be tricky to pull off, to be honest.
It definitely seems like the case right now. BTR, they're happy to actually stay around these compounds as it's still part of the zone. Meanwhile, these 2 other teams that are over on the spot in the hill, trying to make that space. 4 Tribes, they want to single out these targets coming in from Horaa Esports, and it is not looking too crystal clear for this meantime. So really down to if whether or not Fear can actually find a little bit more of that opening, and Federales spots the rest of Horaa Esports on the pushes onto this current compound. So they are taking the fight to the Red Aliens.
Yeah, I mean, they had no choice but to push this compound. They don't really have that much option, but Bigetron, of course, already anticipated that one. They're prepared. They got into position here, and now we're looking at, of course, the last 2 teams remaining, which is 4 Thrives and BTR. But you see how 4 Thrives repositioned themselves to the northern side. So this is going to be exciting. I mean, again, they're trying to spread out. They're trying to control the pace here. They're trying to control the zone. But of course, BTR, since they have a compound, they are still dictating the pace of the game here. They have the best chance of getting the chicken dinner just because they have this sanctuary working out for them.
Absolutely, and right now, down to Falak as well. They do have plenty of all these wiggle room, but a very tight corner of whatever crease that there is over onto these grounds. As BTR, they're just swarming over on the corners, just making sure that Fortress does not get any free space climbing up there. Falak, it's all down to that pickoff. If he can spot Federalis, that flank of BTR is going to be a goner.
Great vantage point coming from Federalis. Not gonna lie here. I mean, he is on top of that house and can probably monitor what Falak is doing. He needs to be careful though, because even if you do have that great vantage point, you are pretty exposed to other members of Fourth Tribes, and you can easily be picked up by any of them as well. So it does come with a lot of risk. But anyway, Bigetron still trying to figure out a way, the most effective way on how they can outsmart, outgun the boys of Fourth Tribes. It's a standoff still. Nobody's pushing hard just yet. Perhaps we're looking at stage 9 finish here, Contra.
It might just be the case. I mean, it's just very tactical coming in from both Four Tribes as well as BTR. And this is one of those full 4-on-4 fights that we don't always get throughout the Night of Champions, as they're taking their sweet time, just navigating, and Four Tribes just wants the rest of BTR to charge right at them, but they're not really leaving any chance. And now, even the zone forces Four Tribes to eventually bunch up together. So stage 8 is going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, and this is where it matters most. I mean, to show up. I mean, IQQ has always been known with his accurate shots, you know, even with a great distance. Long range shots works effectively for him. He needs to take out Federalis, because he just know that if he takes him out, then that could be, you know, their cue to be a little aggressive up against BTR, because they do have the upper hand advantage. Now, Satar's been making rounds. He's scouting. He's been popping off those smokes as well to kind of conceal the location. Both teams are doing exactly just that. T24 is even scouting as well. But then again, you know, it's all about information gameplay at this point in the match here. And there goes Federalis with a massive spray. Was able to give T24 a lot of damage. But then again, since T24 is driving a vehicle here, he does have that cover. And he can recuperate still in this situation. But the time is running out, ladies and gents. Even the space is running out. The Blue Ripper is out to get them. And Falak seems to be the first one who fell victim to Federalis.
And it's Razy that actually gets the knock right there, and this is where all the nades are prod right through. They know that the rest of Four Tribes are over on the corner, and they find her one this time. Federalis makes damn sure there's no corners or stones left unturned.
And here we go, we got a player from BTR who's currently knocked down as well, but this is it. Now or never, ladies and gents. Noki tried to make a difference, but unfortunately BTR does have the upper hand in this situation. And with that accurate shot coming from Federalis rather, BTR, no doubt, was able to secure that win.
The Red Villains are back, or whichever iteration of Indonesian aces back on track, but of course you could also argue Filipino ace on block as well, because Federalis and Ruthless has been hitting everyone in the lobby so magnificently well.
It's a great thing to watch, right? I mean, it definitely put us at the edge of our seats. Fourth Thrives, still a great effort. They really tried their best to get the WWCD. Again, it all boils down on how good their execution is. I think what paved the way for BTR to win this fight is the fact that Federalis was able to pick up Falak from a great distance, and that was kind of a domino effect now for both of the teams here. Both of the teams actually just moved forward, and the pandemonium just opened up.
Absolutely, and just over on the sector, when BTR has been able to clear those spaces around the warehouses, securing that compound, it allowed Federalis that got angled throughout the rooftops just to pin everybody on the outskirts. And just like that, Federalis, despite not really having the major numbers out there compared to his teammate, he has definitely done massive control on the course of the field, and just like that, BTR, they win this one outrightly. So yes. For Tribes, they came pretty close. My prediction almost coming into fruition. Meanwhile, for Esports and Team Secret, they were definitely on that hustle, and it's great to actually see Horaa Esports today really coming up with these huge numbers, and that might just be my prediction next.
Well, no doubt, yeah. Bigetron Esports showcased impeccable positioning and controlled engagement, securing key eliminations to dominate the desert terrain. And yeah, for Thrives, the adaptability shown through, making smart rotations and capitalizing on opportunities to claim their spot in the top 3 is absolutely amazing. And who can forget about Horaa Esports? That was a bold performance coming from them, taking down Vampire Esports a while ago in a critical moment and proving their resilience with consistent eliminations. But of course, we do have to give the MVP title to X666 here of Alter Ego Eras, putting up a great show and securing a total of 7 elimination points for the team with 1,276 damage output. That is a lot for a single player.
Yeah, I can't really tell who exactly this is because they've revealed we have Federalis, we got Voxy. So whose names are we missing, or is this one of their academy players that they've been hiding? And if it's so, I'm super impressed. We saw that close quarter combat, which he does so super cleanly, and he is very willing to really put his body on the line as well. So that has been the key success for the side of BTR, as we also do saw Ruthless really coming on pretty huge. Tony K, he singled out many of all these players coming in from these traps that Vampire Esports have set up, and everybody was battling for that same compound, whether it's Alter Ego, whether it's Vampire Esports, or even Dplus KIA. These battles have resulted pretty huge, and that 7-pointer out there is still redonkulous.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim RedForce faced a tough early exit after clashing with D-Savior just a while ago, setting the tone for their challenging start. Vampire Esports, since you mentioned them, they showed their aggression, taking out D-Savior in a fiery battle moments ago, but their momentum, I guess, was cut short when Horaa swept in and eliminated them. Now, just a takeaway from everyone's performance, of course, we still got ThunderTalk Gaming, JDG Gaming. After the match, they didn't score anything. For Thrives, again, is tied up with Horaa Esports. Based on the numbers that I can see on the screen here, I just know that we are in for a treat because everyone is kind of performing. They're I think, in the mood to put up a show.
Indeed, and overall, I think that these teams, they're just not holding back. So far, Horaa Esports are keeping up to the tempo. Team Secret, Alter Ego, Vampire Esports, we know them as super aggressive teams, which they're just basically sticking back to the same kind of tempo that they have always been playing. So it's always good to see that they are definitely getting themselves pretty much in the right state of mind for this tournament.
Yeah, and based on this statistics, of course, I'm very happy with the amount of utilities used inside the game, or the throwables rather. I mean, Miramar continues, of course, to test the team's strategic depth and mechanical skills here, and this match proved the adaptability and patience are definitely key. Teams like Bigetron, Fourth Thrives, and Horaa, they definitely set up the pace, while others, to be honest, will need to regroup and rethink as the tournament heats up. Now, we have an idea who is doing good so far, and Alter Ego Air seems to be at the top spot here with 24 points, but just look at what one game can do to your team. BTR with 14 ranks that they're able to climb up, set up a total of 19 points. That is just amazing. And we've got 4 Thrives as well, placed at number 6, moving up 11 ranks. But then again, it's too early to say as who's going to win, since this is just day number 1 and we are just, at the beginning of the matches here.
That's true, and we're just gonna see how far can they actually take it all the way. Well, we have a lot of all these teams who are definitely getting pinned off in this early game, but overall, the entire lobby looks lit up inside Miramar, where, game 1 definitely felt a little bit more like warm-up. This time, no holds barred, so right now, we're looking at maybe some movements right across. When they are in singular digits, we definitely do expect them to be having more of a climb later on. So we're not going to be able to harsh onto these guys who may not actually yield the greatest of results so far. So that's just 2 games in. Some of these guys have only played 1 game, which is why number 17 all the way down to 24, these are the ones who were back in Group B. So we'll definitely get to see them back in action.
Yes, sir. And if you guys haven't subscribed yet to the YouTube channel of Ruthless Esports, I don't know what you're doing with your life, to be honest. Like, they put out the most engaging, most anticipated off-season tournaments in the community, so might as well give the like and follow to all of their social media platforms. And ladies and gents, while you are at it, don't forget to visit our profiles as well, Contra and of course Red Queen. Yesterday when we concluded Night of Champions, there were some questions about you guys, whether or why, or the reason why PEL teams are not exactly performing in tournaments such as this one. I think the reason that I gave on my Instagram, so again, don't forget to follow us, okay, is also the reason why some teams do great and sometimes they play it passively. I think it applies to all the teams playing in the off-season tournament. But then again, if you want to find out what I said, you have to follow us, or you have to follow Red Queen on Instagram.
Don't fall for it. I'm just kidding. I mean, overall, if there was anything at all, I think sometimes they're just adjusting to tempo. But we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more action right after this. Well, that's barely a break because we're wasting no time as we want to see more action coming in from the finest Pubg mobile esports teams in the world. Welcome to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. As this is the 9th iteration, you're joining me here, Contra, as well as Red Queen Andy, and we got a lot more matches to actually see who's going to be able to conquer, because that's just 2 games between the different groups variation. I believe Group A will be taking a break since they've already played 2 rounds. So B versus C definitely going to be looking pretty intriguing.
Yeah, but there's no break for us. We're also excited to get into the action here, ladies and gents. And again, the teams, it's always amazing to watch them perform since they're putting up a show here. Everyone is just as excited as we are. But anyway, again, we are about to... are we going to choose our teams now? Are we going to predict?
If we are... Is BTR in this lobby? Can I...
That is a question.
Okay,
Ooh,
now I do
they are.
Okay.
They are.
They definitely are. They're looking to be on an onslaught, but I'm thinking of switching my pick because we're going back to Erangel, and based off of performances, I'm thinking that there is a really solid chance for Vampire Esports.
Okay, I see your pick. But you know what? I'm gonna go with 4 Thrives this time.
Okay, let's lock that one down. So production, I guess you're gonna have some time to think before we actually get there. But first, you guys can take a good look at this current list of B versus C at this moment. Of course, JD Gaming does have a little bit more of the feisty side that they're showing us last game, despite not really bearing fruit just yet. So once again, my answer is going to be Vampire Esports. I want to see them go even further from that exhilarating performance that they've shown us.
Exactly. But I do expect somehow, for Miracle Vibes to kind of leverage their momentum from the Night of Champions. There's also a Vampire Esports might be out for redemption after the earlier exit, and meanwhile, D Savior and Horaa will be looking to keep up their strong performances and just maybe try to start building their foundation right now in terms of their overall rankings. But then again, the unpredictability of Battle Royale is what makes it a very exciting game. That is what we always come for. And again, I'm curious to see if our picks will then be the one conquering Erangel. I'm gonna go with 4 Thrives.
That's a long segue, my friend. Okay, finally you got your answer in, and I believe that we're just about ready to actually kickstart our run. So looking at the current situation, at the very least, 4 Thrives are definitely showing us that they are one of the best when it comes down to Miramar. But moving back to Erangel, I want to see how well will they actually fare, especially now, with Alter Ego and all these on block. But the good news is Alter Ego's taking a break right now. Meanwhile, we still have BTR to worry about. And of course, not forgetting 4 Miracle Vibes. So I guess, there's a little bit of break time where the members of 4 Miracle Vibes, they're still working really hard. It's just that the first game, they were pretty much pincer in between. I do think that they do have a really solid chance. If I weren't going for that VP pick, then probably it definitely looks more like a 4MV kind of angle for myself. But you guys tell us, because even Horaa Esports, they have been pretty much solid, but that is in Group A. I think I know who exactly to vote for when they come back.
Exactly. But what? I just want to give the reason why I picked 4 Thrives, because just a while ago it was a close one for them to get the WWCD, but BTR had all the advantages working out for them, and if it wasn't for like the quick pick off, when Falak actually fell down to the floor, I think 4 Thrives definitely had quite a great chance of getting that WWCD. So perhaps they've gotten the rhythm down, and I feel like they're going to carry that same energy for this match. And I thought, just because moments ago we were talking about like which teams to pick, right? And well, I thought production already knew.
All good, all good. Oh, we're definitely talking about it, but I guess they just didn't comment. But of course, now we're gonna be chilling for a little bit. I mean, it was a really short break just to check in on everybody. I hope you guys are doing a-okay. And yeah, you got something to say, it seems.
But I thought you went for BTR.
That
so
was
you're going for Vampire.
Vampire, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So we got Thailand, we got Indonesia, and we got Pakistan. I'm just amazed because yesterday during the Night of Champions as well, or maybe the entirety of Night of Champions, was it? Okay, no, maybe it was day number. No, both days actually were kind of dominated by Pakistan. So it really happens in the Ruthless Esports because usually only one or two teams get invited from Pakistan, but it was really a Night of Champions for them. Even though they didn't get the title, right? But they did extremely well during the Night of Champions. So hands up for you guys.
Yeah, and 4 tries, they did manage to secure a podium finish as well. So kudos on them for bagging themselves that second spot where they have been able to overtake Vampire Esports, which is why, I'm looking at this current race, like, who's really having the kind of form? Because Vampire Esports, they came pretty closely where the race was between them, 4 tribes, as well as Dplus KIA, right? Moving into the Night of Champions. But today, I think that Vampire Esports, they're absolutely on the hunt. And especially when you have Tony K on board. So things are definitely looking to be a little bit more aggressive from how Vampire Esports are executing a plan. I'm not sure if they will ever feel Newsy because the last tournament that we've seen Newsy, he's always playing on that scouting duty. He got caught up quite a number of times. So I feel when you have the iteration without Newsy overall, especially when Schweppes is in his prime years, I think Schweppes definitely has been the main guy that's been really calling some of all these numbers out there. And then you pair Mormon as well as Onsen, some of these guys who've played in 10 Entertainment. They have great dynamics overall, and it goes to show that this Thai team is going to steal the show whenever they get the chance to play internationally.
Yeah, but then again, this is an off-season tournament. I think we're gonna know how effective the team rosters are the moment they step into the official tournament. I think PMGO is just right around the corner, if I'm not mistaken, right? So it's like getting a car, and you would want to break it in. I mean, they can say all they want to say about how the car is really great, it's a well-oiled machine, but I think the time that we'll know exactly if that's the thing, if it's true, is the moment that we see them really run a smooth game when the official tournament starts. There's a lot of teams that changed their roster. A lot of players got traded. Even with the coaches and staff of each organization has been mixed up as well. And yeah, I mean, 2025 is going to be an exciting year for PUBG. Well, I'm not going to lie here. And there's also, of course, the EWC, the PMGC, the PMWI. I don't know what else is coming up, but yeah, I think we just need to sit tight and relax and just wait for everything to transpire.
True enough, and when we take a look at least the upcoming major tournament, which is PMGO, it's going to be played on Smash rules. And to me, it's super exciting because it's not just about, whoever scores like the massive amount of points, then sure, they're just gonna be the direct winners, right? And in Smash rules, you gotta, of course, achieve the designated point. Let's set it maybe, give it an example, 70 points, 80 points. Once you have 80 points, that's kind of like your passport. You need to then win a chicken dinner to close up the entirety of the day, if it's going to be the day, of course, or win out the entire tournament. It's not an easy feat to do. We've seen teams who have scored previous chicken dinners, but they haven't really acquired that said passport of 80 points. Only when they do have that 80 point or above, that's where that chicken dinner counts. But of course, that is Smash rules. But we are here back in traditional rules and Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So let's go.
It's like catching the golden snitch. if you know what I mean. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, dropping once again into the iconic battleground of Erangel. This time it's Group B versus Group C, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Of course, former Vibes looking to extend their dominance, and Bigetron Esports aiming to solidify their strong start. This match promises some classic Erangel chaos, so let's go!
It might just be an island circle, just looking at how this skewers down. If it's not, then I wouldn't have any form of qualms as well, looking at how this trajectory is going to be treacherous for the teams who's hoping to even drop onto central regions like Rozak, Pachinki is still going to be pretty reachable. But if you're stretching it onto Sephardi, Yasnaya, or even Jericho, it is going to be a really long ride. We're already looking at 4MV being very happy, as they always take the military base to themselves. But ThunderTalk is going to be accompanied with another team inside of Novo. So we are going to be seeing maybe a little bit of action. Well, I'm actually wrong. It's just ThunderTalk all alone. For a moment, I actually think that maybe RRQ is going to sort right in. But if we can look at the southwestern corner map, though, there's a flock of crowd on that area.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wait for the initial circle, because usually when see flight path such as this one, it always goes north. But hey, all right, here we go. We have been wishing for it, and it finally happened here, ladies and gents. And now this is going to be a bloodbath. For sure. Now we've got an early fight happening. Of course, we've got ASI here versus Team Flash, and Zaya's just went in for the charge there. Massive spray. I believe that was an AKM. We've got Win over here cooking up a nade here, trying to flush him out. I8 Esports, Rowdy, he doesn't have anything. Oh, he only has this machete to protect him. So it's going to be an interesting fight whether or not I8 is going to be surviving this first clash.
Oh, he's got it in Kimbo, and he puts it to good work. Oh, there we go. Win by action, bringing it into the victory lap, as that model member does not really have any weaponry at all. These teams are scrapping for whatever weapons that they can find. It's only a machete, and not quite enough. Win shreds them all apart. 3 kills on the Akimbo for Team Flash.
I thought it was ASI because I saw letter A, but then okay, A1 Aero. Another unfortunate start, for the Bangladesh team. Hopefully we can see a strong comeback happen. We still got 3 more matches. I believe, was it 3 more matches? Oh, 2 more matches after this. So there's still plenty of time and plenty of leeway, so to speak, for them to make something happen or maybe recalibrate their overall strategy. But anyway, getting back into 4th Thrives here, ladies and gents, we already have IQQ taken out of the equation, so down to just 3 members for 4th Thrives. They are going up against Sem9. Okay, this is going to be a tough one. Obviously, they already have the upper hand advantage. Yuhai seems to be flexing his 1 elimination point onto 4th Thrives here. Now they're not making a move. They're not making a noise or anything so as not to compromise their location to their opponents. So I believe it's going to be a standoff unless they see an opening that will pave the way, of course, to go for a hard push. Nongshim RedForce. Okay, they know the importance of getting into a great position, because again, the circle favored the south side, so they need to act fast.
And just like that, TZ just picks his way across, but all alone, not even waiting for his teammates, so he will at least cop a spot over onto the north point of the island. And back towards what you mentioned about Fair Pure, I believe they will eventually settle the scores, because whoever controls Fair Pure will get a boat to wrap into the island. And it does nobody any favor if they were to rotate very late into the sector, because more and more teams are about to journey into the island. ThunderTalk happy about what was being offered on the table. They could be guarding onto this western bridge, or should I say eastern bridge, because it's close to Novo. Taking a quick look, we are already looking at Nongshim RedForce just like that. They are trying to pave a similar pattern, find that boat, cut across, and they do have a hovercraft, so that will suffice for the moment. Whereas JDG, they get that free pass because there was that situation between Sem9 as well as those members of 4th Thrives over onto that quarter. So they're on a standstill, but the good news is Sem9, they can still afford to wait a little bit. But there's no assumption that this is definitely going to be a island ending, so you're just looking at certain teams just getting those free pass at this moment. I'm just surprised nobody went in for that bridge setup.
Yeah, maybe everyone is thinking the same thing, to be honest. ASI8 is going to be a long journey from them since they'll be coming from the shooting range area. BTR is quite in the middle of the circle here. D Savior obviously dropped around Pochinki area, and now they're headed towards the west side of the bridge here, which I believe they will collide with the boys of Sem9 as well, since they're having an exchange as well down in Pier, okay, and a lot of them will be headed or like passing through the west side of the bridge here. So that water you see will definitely turn red here in just a moment.
True enough, and I was thinking that there's a possibility that Sim9 could also play gatekeepers here, but they're trapped.
What?
Again! He's always striking gold with every single hit of all these hot shots as well as grenades, but this time traded right back. It's going to be Yuhai that does answer in response. This time, instead of having Viren on board, they are fielding Superboy, one of the old members of Sem9. So great to actually see. This is a full Malaysian roster, but I have always been impressed by Viren. I was just thinking that if he's going to be playing, that there's definitely a whole lot more firepower for the side of Sem9. Perhaps it's just a little bit of a Ramadan break that he has to go back to Indonesia, which is the reason why. But when we take a look at this, it's Rogue Warriors back at it again, this time doing no favors for the side of 4 tribes. This is your fault, and it might just crumble right now.
I'm still not over at that great trajectory Falak was able to pull off. Man, that was insane. But anyway, Rogue Warriors now already on the charge here. Noki was able to spot one and was able to get that point. But yeah, that was a fast exchange there, ladies and gents. But obviously, you know, 4 tribes. And I mean, from that exchange, I feel like they also lost Falak. But then again, the fight continues on between 4 tribes and Sem9. I mean, obviously, Sem9 is not going to let go of this one. And it's just so unfortunate for the side of 4 tribes. I mean, they are dealing with the boys of Sem9. And then here comes Rogue Warriors getting into the mix as well. And now they are damaged as ever. And I don't think they're going to last long unless they pull off a clutcher, but not if Noki already went down.
Yeah, you know that kind of scene where when you see a WWE Royal Rumble and then you have the new challengers that just enter, that's Rogue Warriors, and they just got flipped over on the ropes this time. T24 not having quite just about enough to take on the rest of Sem9. That moment where Rogue Warriors was actually looking for a push, they didn't consider the fact that there is actually Sem9 inside the city as well, which is why it just was a swift ride where Rogue Warriors hoping to push in, but couldn't actually find anything. So they walk away with just about 1 point. Meanwhile, that just puts more trouble onto these members of 4 tribes. So it's an early exit for the 2 squads.
Man. But still, it was a great effort, though, coming from 4 tribes. I mean, they don't have enough resources just yet because they went into battle right off the bat there. And, I mean, there were 2 teams that actually challenged them. Rogue Warriors, I feel like they were just I don't know, maybe they heard the gunshots and just like went straight for the kill, but it was catastrophic for the side of 4 tribes. I mean, losing to Sem9, I mean, probably wasn't part of the plan, or at least that early elimination, that early knockout. But then again, it is Battle Royale, you know, it is what it is. And Sem9 was able to pull through. I mean, did not even lose, or yeah, I mean, they have 1 casualty, but they still did amazingly.
Yeah, overall, it's just the perfect opportunity that they just struck up against these members of 4 tribes and Rogue Warriors at the very same time. Of course, we got to move on from that. The last we checked out of the zone, half of these teams are still in the blue zone. A lot of them are Indonesian teams like BTR and also Voin Donkey. So they're just going to see if they could just cut in by the blue zone by the end of phase 2, perhaps. Vampire Esports, they could book a spot over onto the south side. This could be a really good long-term strategy as this circle is slowly pulling a little bit further onto that southeastern corner of the map. It still covers the eastern portion very well. So a lot of the teams who were there prior, like ThunderTalk, they're just going to be A-OK. Tianba has already made their way in as well. So those who are in the island, they're feeling good. They're chilling by the beach. As you can see, the Kings of Kings. RRQ, by the way, the main sponsor, Ayana, or should I say the owner of RRQ, he does actually have a 6-star resort, and it looks something like this, where rock. I
Oh,
remember he has a bar just by the corner of the beach, and it was fantastic. I was chilling right there, but I would say those shots were not exactly what they expected while they were chilling. So Tianba is just here to spoil the party.
I will not stay in that resort. Just kidding, guys. But it will be it'll be a firework display. I'm pretty sure eventually, but we'll just wait and see what happens with RQ. Right now, they're having an exchange with Tianba. We've got RQ over to the rocky side of the mountain here, over to the coast side. It could be hard to maybe put down members of Tianba, but they were able to put one. But we can see that RQ right now is just crossing. They needed to get close because it could be hard for them to win up against Tianba if they are that far and over to the rocky side of that place.
That knock is just all it takes. I mean, as much as it was enough pressure, but the rest of the members of Tianba is spread a little bit too thin. They are trying to form up another flank angle from the top side of the hill. This might be able to maybe navigate up against 1 or 2 members of RRQ, but it's far too little too late to actually save the member who was knocked over. Meanwhile, a pickup by the streets! D-Saber! They're onto something cheeky by the corner bridges, and just like that, they got weirded down. Let's go favor to the side of Tianba as they try to cut their way across. Nate T is going to be the casualty of that skirmish.
It was a missed opportunity. I mean, obviously, D-Savior, they had the element of surprise there, but it wasn't able to put down that player. But anyway, here comes the cavalry, though. D-Savior will definitely avenge their fallen comrade here. They're hunting down this last remaining player coming from Tianba, but I'm not sure if they've already smelled blood. But let's see what's going to happen, because there's a need for everyone to get inside the zone, and most of the teams that stayed from the main peninsula are already inside the circle. Team Flash, as well as I8 and Voin Donkey, they still have some traveling to do. But for D-Savior, okay, 2 of them already out of the game, so it's just Patagene and Woon here. And okay, they are already inside the zone over to the east side, pretty close to where RQ is, so perhaps they'll find each other. I think Woon already found them.
Speaking of which, D-Saver, despite those 2 losses, is still vying for a whole lot more. And just like that, they're just slowly singling out more and more of all these players out there. They're playing with their main roster, hence the Snow Batman for now. Meanwhile, Paragen almost actually hit the mark up against these members of RQ. He does have the cover of the rocks, but these are the 2 members. They're on the flank. They're pushing upwards. Naga gets taken down, and that is Woon, who is taking charge, getting his teammates covered up.
Woon is wooing me off my feet here. Batman come from Team Flash. Yeah, that is the guy. You know, I've always been amazed at his gameplay, even if he was in a Team Flash before all of this. D-Savior still performing well up against RQ. I mean, obviously RQ was on a 2-2 split there, but great spot, great support there coming from Woon. Hence, you know, D-Savior still surviving this one. Nogut is bleeding out there in the open, but a pickup will definitely be a little difficult since it's out there in the open. But Paragen still hunting down some of the members of RQ across the road. I'm not sure if they're going to find him, but Razy from BTR. Oh man, he's pretty angry with that spray.
Yeah, but he did consider the fact that it was a tandem that he brought in from corner. Well, yeah, this is where the rest of ASI goes in for the exchange. Boxy! He just crushed them all completely. Oh, great coverage coming from Ruthless as well. The tag team just making sure that there's just no bypass if you were to take that right swerve right after the bridge. BTR, I'm not too sure if they do have enough time to even go for a pickup, because the damage from the blue zone will chip in, so it might not be worth it. And now that's going to be a really big entry for the side of BTR.
And for Miracle Vibes, you know, they dropped in the middle of the military base, and they're not moving at all, you know, just waiting for those teams to get close to them instead. Evenly spread out, the military base, so I feel like this is the best spot for them to anticipate the players getting inside the zone, and there's a lot of them to be exact. I mean, there's Voin Donkey, there's Sem9, NS RedForce, there's BTR. So I do wonder if they can hold on tight, to their position and effectively defend it. But over to the south side, we've got Vampire, we've got JDG as well, but they're still a little far. But Voin Donkey made their way already. Doc missed to even, like, maybe put down one.
Oh, he does manage to at least spot out Mika, though. So that's already 5 points. As this kind of spread coming out of Formidable Vibes, they get to see the entirety of the military base just like that. So Doc definitely took charge up against these members of Voin Donkey, hoping to put themselves a spot into the zone, but there's nowhere safe at all. That member will be quickly taken down, so Exter already taken off the list. So the rest of Voin Donkey will have to work retrieve. I love the approach from Formidable Vibes. They didn't really have to move too much. All they really have to do, plant Ruthless onto the center of the current circle. The other tree takes charge of the melee base, and that is just done deal. Nobody gets to pass through the melee base.
Sem9 making smart moves. I mean, they're down to the last player, so again, they have to focus on longevity. At this point, you don't have that much choice but to get those placement points that you need to just maintain your lead in the overall rankings. Anyway, Team Flash been suffering as well. There's some of the boys that got picked off. TZ also knocked down currently, but here comes Doxy now to try and revive him, but I don't think Team Flash is going to make it easy for him.
Not at all. Doc also succumbing to the pressure coming from other teams trying to attack upon them, so he's not really going for that full-on trade up against Team Flash, but they rock up into the wrong corner. They haven't really checked the monster truck, and just like that, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Doc still managing to respond in kind, but he's just got him pretty much exposed for the back as well. But there is still another member coming in from the cavalry win now. Being brought down to so low, but they win the trade. Team Flash popping up with 7 points.
And his RedForce actually was caught in the middle there. I mean, there were a lot of bullets headed towards their direction, and well, yeah, it was a vulnerable spot to begin with. 7 teams remaining, just like that. Stage 4, and the kill feed still keeps on lighting up, ladies and gentlemen. ThunderTalk, JDG, their players are getting picked up one by one as well. Pathogen still goes for that massive spray. He was able to knock down one, but still hasn't completely gotten that elimination point just yet. And now D-Savior obviously going for a reposition here, but they're pretty close with where Vampire Esports is currently staying at. If they take in a fight, it won't be a great one for them since they don't have the numbers to begin with.
Yeah, you know what happened to Team Flash? The moment that they won that fight, BTR just charged in with those vehicles and just run over the final member of Team Flash. Very unfortunate, but taking a look at ThunderTalk, they started off on the corner of Novo, and they took a really slow approach. Whoa, that is one getting tagged. Now it's only down to Paragen. How long can he stay alive this time? The rest of Vampire Esports looking to pin him down, but Vampire, they're just about to get started with their run. They managed to pick up 4 players apart throughout their course over on the south side. Camel, aka Schweppes, just trying to see if he could just get some angles, because descending this point onwards is going to be a little bit challenging, because he will definitely draw a lot of attention from the guys who are inside the military base. Lolo as well as Shi, they found themselves a little bit of bunker as well as the corners of the fence to try to sneak past members of BTR. BTR are a little bit more occupied onto the members of Vampire Esports, so there is a little bit more leeway for a team coming from the PEL region.
And you know what, for America Vibes, right? They were passive during the first few zones, but they were able to put up how many now? 10 elimination points just by staying put in their exact positions. But anyway, now that we're at stage 5, the circle actually favored or went over to the east side. So Tops and Doc will have to move to the rest of the teams here. Razak coming from Voin Donkey is pretty close with where Joel is actually staying at. So I'm not exactly sure if Joel knows that Razak is just right behind that concrete wall on prone. So Razak, forget I said anything. Okay, Doc spotted him, and now he's gotten the point. So job done.
Yeah. It's pretty darn obvious when you have smokes pop over the corner, unfortunately. So it's a dead giveaway. For Miracle Vibes, they're feeling absolutely confident. I mean, this is their home after all, right? All they really have to do is just to single out all these targets coming in from the south side, and that is a big target on the backs of Vampire Esports. But they do know for a fact that Voin Donkey is overall to that corner. There's one member left, which they will not focus on since they have already put them down. BTR probably poses a threat other than some of all these stragglers out there in the open. Vampire Esports will find it really, really difficult to even cut by because you saw two members of 4MV. They're already making sure that there's no easy task for these members of Vampire Esports to cut in if they were to try to even move towards those barricades.
For Miracle Vibes, they have a contingency plan. Jol stayed behind outside of the zone here because he picked up the information that BTR is slowly creeping in and might do a backstab up against Ruthless for Miracle Vibes. So there you go. I mean, Jol spotted Satar, and that's what we were talking about just a while ago. Now BTR, one less member, and it's not a great spot, to be honest, because ThunderTalk is pretty close to them as well. We've got a Vampire Esports Onsen getting spotted as well by former... Wow! Information gameplay is top-notch for 4MV.
Yep, it definitely looks superb so far. Razy now securing that point as BTR trades right back. Zyle has already been knocked down, so the problem about for Miracle Vibes' position is that they're spread out so wide. Once they get picked off, it's going to be pretty hard to save. And speaking of which, for Miracle Vibes will now play as 3 members. Vampire Esports, they're happy that these teams are fighting because they can still afford to have some time as well as space to squeeze in. So for VPE, I see them having a really solid time, especially when you have a bunker of a vehicle like the hovercraft for them to spot themselves out. Tony K spot on the rotation, and they are going on a dominating streak. 5 points in for the Thai squad.
Okay, it's understandable why Vampire Esports did not opt to get as much elimination points during the first few zones. I mean, they prioritize getting a good location, getting a great spot for them that will make all the advantages work out for the team here. I mean, obviously 4MV was kind of dictating the pace just a while ago, but Vampire Esports is slowly stealing the show. I mean, they were able to put down a couple of players coming from 4MV, so it will be exciting what 4MV is going to do next in this situation. Voin Donkey Potato is not moving at all. He's not making his presence felt for a while. Razy from BTR just repositioned himself. He was able to get a little damage coming from 4 Miracle Vibes, but he survived. He survived that reposition.
Yeah, and overall, they can still go in for a mass rotation, but I guess that there's just going to be barely enough room to squeeze past. Here comes the rest of Vampire Esports. They're climbing right behind a bunker. Rifus just drops in a couple of these nades, trying to hold them back. There are attacks coming in from the water silo as well, as we are looking at Onsens to be working alongside with Shrevs to see if we could just single out this member. Refuse playing very cheekily on these angles as he spots that member of ThunderTalk running out in the opening. And final bullet did manage to clip.
4 Miracle Vibes is just maximizing, getting a lot of elimination points from their current position right now. And Vampire, I feel like they're taking things slow. They don't want to make any rush decisions so far because they know they have the best chance of getting that winner chicken dinner, but of course it wouldn't be easy. I mean, for Miracle Vibes, Ruthless is still here. Vampire, they're in a 2-2 split. Ruthless obviously cannot move forward. He cannot even climb up that bunker just because we've got 2 players from Vampire Esports who has that great vantage point. And just like what Onsen do, I mean, he put down another player coming from 4MV.
That's right. ThunderTalk has been spotted out already. That's going to be Potato. So it's a 1 versus 1 happening on that corner of the map. Meanwhile, Rifus has got a lot to do. He's going to be the only member left standing in the way. Vampire Esports might just secure a buy vault right here, right now, as they're charging upon him. Here comes the drops as Cabell will just secure it alongside with the rest of Vampire Esports turning right through. They heard those shots coming from Potato, and it's a shot from above. 40K seals the deal, and just like that, Vampire Esports will get themselves their first taste of the chicken dinner, and I add 1 point to the tally.
My goodness me, the Vampires is at them again. But you know what? It wasn't an easy win to begin with. 4MV obviously was first to get into great spots. You know, they have it working out for them. The whole military base, they knew how to defend it. Hence, you know, getting at least 14 elimination for this one. But Vampire Esports, again, they prioritized getting a good location. They went all the way down south in the military base. They were on a 2-2 split defense, and they got the work done. So amazing and convincing win again coming from Tony K's crew.
Yeah, their firepower was absolutely unreal. You saw Tony K was spotting just stray units over onto those tiny little creases, and just like that, he just slowly picked off members one by one. And when they finally got just about enough time to squeeze into the melee base, you saw 3 members took over the top of the bunker. And that leaves barely enough room for 4American Vibes. I believe 4American Vibes would have actually had a better shot if they have maybe a less widespread of a position for them to actually play with, because they were overzealous for a little bit. Not gonna lie, they were just making sure that, okay, if we take a couple of all these different compounds inside of middle base, we can stop all the other teams from moving inwards. Yeah, that actually worked, but after teams were inside, that's where the next problem arises. When you have team members to be spread out in the open, once you get knocked, it's not gonna be easy to save, and one after another, then 4American Vibes slowly crumble. And just like that, Vampire Esports paved their way. All they really have to do is just to spot everybody else in the field. And this one wasn't exactly the easiest, but Vampire Esports, they were calm and composed to just nail this win by the end of the night.
Well, that is true. You know what? This match highlighted the importance of zone control and adaptability on Erangel's southern terrain. You know, for Envy's aggressive dominance was notable, but Vampire Esports stayed patient and capitalized when it mattered most. You know, plenty of shake-ups with more intense matches that happened all around the south part area of Erangel. So it was, again, an explosive gameplay coming from everyone, considering that it was hard to begin with. You know, at the very start of the game, the circle landed down south in the military base, and almost everyone had to travel from the main peninsula just to get down to that island.
True enough, and whoever cops a spot early definitely gets to catch all the other late worms moving into the island. And like you said, certain teams, they didn't even manage to make their way across. There were battles around the outskirts. BTR have also impressed me because they were one of the latest teams to join into the island, but they won almost every single battle to be able to get by. So that top 3 is definitely worth a whole lot, because BTR could have actually been in a worse position. Voin Donkey has definitely had some decent results, but for MV's very own Ruthless, he took charge of whoever moves into the middle base.
And again, you know, the initial circle landing down south created a tough game for many teams, you know, forcing difficult rotations and high pressure engagements early on. But that is, of course, not a problem for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. They didn't exactly get the chicken dinner, but they were able to snatch the MVP title. So that is, of course, Rufus, everyone with 5 elimination points. And also, you know, what happened, I think one of the key moments as well, just to be fair for the other teams that also playing inside the game, you know, A1 Aero, they fell to Team Flash in an early clash. Ooh, that rhymes. Cutting their match short. That is, of course, an unfortunate scene, you know, for the side of the Bangladeshis. And of course, I think the main story right here is that 4 Miracle Vibes, despite not having the chicken dinner, still dominated the military base, of course, using the position to secure most of their eliminations. But of course, at the end of the match, it was Vampire Esports who was able to kind of nail the coffin, pun intended.
Yeah, and I guess like you can only have this kind of control when you have full trust on your teammates, and you can see the results speak for itself. Ruthless with 5, of course, he was the MVP, but Doc and Zio, they definitely have put on their work individually, just zone controlling over onto each respective quarter. So that's 4 points and 3 points respectively for both Doc as well as Zio, and of course, who could forget when he took charge of that fight over onto that quarter where members of Nongshim RedForce was pushing up against him, and then he just really had to, of course, be settled with the rest of BTR to be swinging right in as well. So massive points for MV still come up ahead with 19 points. That's 1 point right above Vampire Esports because they managed to delete teams who move into the island. Meanwhile, over on the mid pack, we have high numbers, 9 points for Voin Donkey, Bigetron Esports as well, and not forgetting Team Flash with 8 and the Savior with 7. So a lot of all these teams coming from Southeast Asia are doing a whole lot in the island.
Okay, I mean, South Asia. Speaking of South Asia, if I'm not mistaken, I read it somewhere that PMNC Nepal is actually ongoing. So why is Horaa Esports here? I'm not sure. I just have to check it.
PMNC.
PMNC. Yeah, in Nepal, right? So I'm not sure why they're playing here. But anyway, wow, this is an all-time low here for the throwables used in the game. 67, not even a triple digit. And for this round, no airdrops looted. I mean, understandably so, because again, the circle went to the military base, so everyone had to give up their position as fast as they could from the main peninsula. They just have to travel. They know the importance of actually getting to the military base, or one of the teams that should get to the military base. And so nobody had the chance to go for that special.
Wow.
Overall rankings, BTR?
28 points, and then just right behind them, for Miracle Fudge, 1 point difference, and then followed by Vampire Esports, who's 2 points behind BTR, and Alter Ego, they got themselves pretty much consistent records, but that is 24 points so far without a chicken dinner. This is a very tight race that we're looking at here, Raid Queen.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got all of the big names, right, in the top 3. That is why I just know that it's going to be an exciting invitational showdown from Ruthless Esports, because this teams and the teams that we do expect to kind of perform is doing just that. You know, it's a very different case during the Night of Champions. The big names that we know during the Night of Champions kind of played it passively, except, of course, for Miracle Vibes, who kind of just popped off, you know, from the get-go, right off of the bat. But yeah, I mean, this is an exciting part because even like a Voin Donkey here, T Flash, not so much on D Savior just yet, but then again, everyone is moving up the ranks, except of course coming from some of the teams from PEL.
Yeah, and once again, I iterate, they really have to connect via VPN, so latency could always be a little bit of a pain for players to deal with, which is why I guess it wasn't really big performances other than LGD. I think LGD so far has been at least been able to put themselves in a very decent spot, but of course there's still many more games to go over onto the course of not only this evening but tomorrow, day after, all the way up to Tuesday. So there's absolutely chances out there. I'm happy I got myself that first point out there. So that being said, we'll go on a break and we'll see if we're going to be able to get more predictions correct. So do stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Fred Queen, together with Contra, and we are still your casters here for the Invitational Showdown set out by Ruthless I8 Esports. And now, if match 3 on Erangel taught us anything, it's that the stakes are rising fast. You know, we saw 4Miracle Vibes dominate with 14 eliminations, and from their prime positioning at the military base. But it was Vampire Esports again who held the nerve in the final moments.
Yeah, and the race is absolutely on for those who are the forerunners so far in these past 3 matches. Even Alpha 7, who has, gotten a little bit of a break, but they have not been able to also match up to the tempo where these guys from Southeast Asia, they're really getting themselves pretty much in the right momentum so far. It might actually be a very dominant force that might look to be unstoppable, but I'm pretty sure that there's going to be teams to be able to challenge that, because we now see the return of Group A, where A7, Horaa Esports, Dplus KIA, and Alter Ego are back in action.
You know what? Voin Donkey quietly made their mark as well. It just goes to show, their tactical resilience during match number 3. And now that we are, again, having another group here to play for Miramar, it's going to be a whole different playing field. I'm actually trying to check out the teams and who I'm going to be picking up next. But yeah, Desert's open terrain again will challenge every squad to bring their best long-range strategies and precise rotations. I do wonder who or which team will carry the momentum from the last round to this one.
Out of all the names out there, I'd really want to see how this Alpha 7 answer back end. So far, I think that one of their strength lies in their mastery in these map of Miramar. If it's going to be a northern-centric circle, so I think that I'm putting my chance on Alpha 7 to get another chicken dinner right here.
Alpha 7 is not a bad choice, to be honest. It's going to be match for A versus B, so it's hard to say. I'm gonna go with Alter Ego Eris.
Oh, solid choice. That's kind of like on the back of my mind as well. So everybody's picking something with the letter A. So production, is it ASI8? Is it going to be Horaa Esports? Is it who exactly is it going to be? Okay, I guess we're gonna wait and find out. Also, considering that
Horaa!
Okay, let's go. Horaa, so far, they're really on the streak when it comes down to getting all those kills. All the elimination points that they bagged so far has been pretty much convincing. But I believe that, Horaa Esports, they usually are the type that warm up to it, and then once you hit that later stage of the day, that's where that full potential unlocks. So I'm just keeping my vote for now. So I hope I'm actually right, but if it is going to be a chicken dinner right now for Horaa Esports, everyone's going to be happy, especially for production, of course.
Well, it's true. I mean, it's a different play style that we are seeing coming from Horaa Esports. Again, during the Night of Champions, they were pretty passive. I didn't feel their presence or whatsoever. Usually they have this early eliminations during NOC, but today, at the beginning of the match, I felt their aggression slowly creeping up, maybe because the stakes are higher this time for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed as well for Horaa Esports. I know there's a lot of purple hearts down there in the comments section just cheering out for them, and I do love the passion that you guys bring forth to the table. But yeah, now that we have chosen our predictions for this round, and again, Alter Ego Eris, who can deny their power, their tenacity inside the battlefield? Just a while ago, they kind of had an explosive moment, if I'm not mistaken, in Erangel. So perhaps we can see just that again happen for this round.
That's true, and perhaps it might just be another massive round for that same team overall. But look at certain teams who are coming from Group A. They got their refreshments, probably their dinner. I'm kind of jealous because neither of us get to actually enjoy our dinner while we're actually here on the desk. But, hopefully if we do actually get proper breaks, so then we will be able to do much more with that. But overall, I'm just enjoying my time alongside with you, Andy, as we have seen a lot of brilliant plays thus far. And Now this race coming in from BTR and also Vampire Esports, I'm starting to lose track of names out there. I remember Alpha 7 was on number 4, but who's on number 1 and number 3? I'm kind of confused in between some of the names here. You're definitely somewhere in between.
I feel like BTR is at the top spot. I mean, if we're talking about the leaderboard ranking, BTR leading by 1 point.
1 point, and then followed by, I believe it was either Vampire Esports or one of the other guys. But don't worry, I guess once we get into the game, we get ourselves that confirmation anyways. So it's a 4-way race, which is just marginal, right? It's all about whoever gets those big number of all these elimination points, and if it's going to be a chicken dinner, then that's great, especially for the side of BTR, who is still very much involved in this match. Now, I want to see more activation coming in from, some of these guys out of maybe the Savior. Team Flash so far looking very explosive, especially on that round with Erangel. The Savior, they got caught on in between most of these rotations, so I think that's one thing that they really want to fix moving into these upcoming matches.
Honestly, I didn't expect for the big names to pop off at the beginning of the matches. Usually I see them really perform maybe halfway through in the tournament, but again, it's a different vibe that I'm getting from them, and so I guess everyone is just happy down there in the comment section. I've seen the numbers go as high as 14,000 in terms of the viewers that we have, so you guys are real MVPs. You guys are the ones bringing in the energy to this whole competition, and I'm always happy to be here, guys. I hope that you are entertained, you're loving the show, you're seeing your favorite players and your favorite teams battle it out head to head, because we've got, the cream of the crop, so to say, the best of the best coming from all the regions, and I'm happy that we do have teams from PEL that are actually participating in this kind of off-season tournaments. I mean, it is about time that we see them how they play in the battlefield, their IQ and game IQ, and also just strategies overall.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that they're so far doing certain case studies, and in terms of the latency stuff, there's only so much you can do about firepower in certain instances. So that's why we will actually see them play for a lot more positioning. ThunderTalk LGD so far has absolutely impressed. Warriors, they try to get into the altercation, but they got crumbled inside of that area of Fair and Pure. So hopefully Miramar is going to treat them a lot better this time. Few more seconds to go as we will now move into our 4th matchup of the night.
Whew. All right, here we go. We're about to move into match number 4 on Miramar. It's time for teams, of course, to test their mettle on the sprawling desert terrain. This map is all about endurance, precise rotations, as we keep on saying, and long-range engagements. The big question is, ladies and gents, will the leaders keep their momentum, or will we see a surprise breakout, from the dark horses that we speak of? So it's anyone's game for now. Let's dive into action.
There we go. This time, pretty much skewered towards the north point as well as the far western quarter of the map. That's going to be a direct drop for Tianba to be moving into El Azhar, or perhaps even copying Cristobal for their own. But knowing for sure, Alpha 7 is going to be falling pretty closely this time around. And it seems like there is going to be a little bit of a roster swap coming in from Blue, as Vox Punk is going to be on board as well. So keep your eyes peeled for what Vox Punk has to offer this time around. The rest of the members of Formerical Vibes, they're looking for that extension onto Chimosera A7. Instead of moving into Cristobal, they're opting to cut directly onto El Pozo, which has been their usual main spot as well. But you know who else takes that spot? The Saber. But where exactly is the Saber? They're on a break, so there's not going to be any fights heading into this match.
We have to unlock Alter Ego Eris X666. We don't even know who he is, but he has the most knockouts, if not the most eliminations title over to the left side of the screen there. Tianba right now, early engagement again versus Alter Ego Eris. Oh no! Every time I pick a team, they always get into battle right off the bat. Anyway, Yuan's here seems to have a Tommy gun, as we call it. Some of the players of Alter Ego Eris was able to pick up a weapon here to defend themselves, and that is it. Pablo just came in hot, shutting down one player coming from Tianba. Now make it two.
Perfect with the jump shots. Pablo so far super efficient on all these bullets being pumped out of that chamber, and now only a crossbow left. Are you serious, my guy? I'm not too sure if it does any damage. It actually get that knock. Oh my god. That's the first crossbow knock that I've seen in a very, very long time, but that's not enough to take out Alter Ego.
See, that is the touch of luck that we always talk about, right? You don't always get to the weapons first, and if you don't get to the weapons first, and then that's catastrophic for your team, and that's exactly what just happened to Tianba right there. I mean, there was no way for them to kind of defend themselves, all but that machete right there. But anyway, jumping into LGD Gaming here, ladies and gents, versus A1. So moments ago, or matches ago, A1 wasn't able to defend themselves right or properly, and now they do have the weapons here, and finally they want to fight up against LGD.
A little bit of awkward scenario for these members of LGD. You saw they were all clipped by that corner of the wall, and he wasn't exactly trying to fend off or trying to even pick up his teammates. He was just running around out there, so it kind of make it a lot easier for the member of A1 Esports to secure it. Going into the kindergarten, it's Horaa Esports! Oh, they're already collapsing upon these members of Nongshim RedForce, but we believe in Sky. He's going to be able to do the damage just like that. He swings upon two, and this is going to be the focal point onto RC. Can he just hold for a little bit longer? The answer is no. So far, all these predictions that we've put on the table, they've been winning the fight.
You know what? To be fair to the teams of PEL, I just got this information. I don't know if you already know it, but you know they have a completely, not completely, but at least slightly different version of the game. So perhaps that is a reason, or one of the reasons why it's a struggle, you know, for the PEL teams to kind of adjust their gameplay when they're playing here for the Ruthless Esports community. But then again, you know, they already have the skills, they already have the talent, and all they need to do is just really maybe expose themselves more, just so they can continue on improving when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, exactly my point. I can repeat this again and again. Like, they have to play with VPN because their variation is the Peacekeeper Elite, which you can't exactly play on the global client. And by doing so, when you turn on VPN, naturally you will have like, I don't know, 200 ping, 100 ping at the very least, which is why it isn't exactly the smoothest of run, but at least they're trying. And we give them that kudos for that, because you take a look at LGD, they're still within, like, you know, climbing up there, trying to reach the top 10. So that's at least some good showing out there, despite, you know, the results does not really show that this is really that potential. Because if everybody plays on 0 ping, that is going to be a super interesting tournament on what they're going to do.
I mean, it's a learning curve for everyone, right? I mean, take the Koreans, for example. They came in late to the game. I think they're just on the 3rd season right now for the PMPS, but now they are the current PMGC champs, so that speaks a lot. Even for Noble, I mean, it was his first time to step into a global event, and yet, you know, they're the crowned champions. So we might all take, you know, like a lesson from that one, that we cannot really be complacent at all times. You know, that win coming from Dplus KIA, I feel like it really sent you know, all the shake-ups that happened in the South Asia teams. That is why there was a need for most of the teams to kind of change their roster, trade up their players. Hence now we're seeing, you know, the likes of For America vibes, where we're seeing like all superstars to be in one team.
Yeah, and speaking of the Korean region overall, right? I have a very interesting theory on why they made such a big impact in such a short amount of time.
Hmm.
They do have very excellent PUBG PC players who, and also coaches that have been working behind the scenes. As we do know that,
Oh.
South Korea is kind of like the mecca of esports with all types of titles that are pretty huge there. PUBG PC is one that they do excel in. And when you do have, proper coaching staff as well as all these people behind the scenes to supplement, what's really impressive is that they also have super solid players to add on top of a well structured organization, which is why you see the successes coming from the RX as well as Dplus KIA, two very big names in the global stage.
I mean, you're right. I mean, if a team is really given an all-out support, um, they will definitely reach new heights. For I mean, whatever industry, in whatever tournaments, in whatever games, or game title, for that matter. But okay, getting back into the situation here in Miramar again, we're just at stage one here, ladies and gents. And if you can see those blinking lights over to your right side, it only means that the teams or those teams are still tanking the blue. So that would be ASIA, Team Flash, DK, GLU, and A1 Aero. And as for Rogue Warriors, they have been getting inside the game with only 3 players. Oh, okay, wait,
Camels.
just the dagger. Okay, so
Okay.
it's not horses anymore.
I like the update. It makes a lot more
What?
sense. I mean, what are the chances you see horses in the desert?
Wild West.
You see more camels, and then you take a look at some of the names of the city. This doesn't seem any portion of the West, it looks like. And take a look at the current circle. It does move into the deep corners of San Martin as well as the in-betweens of El Pozo as well as Power Grid. What's interesting that without the presence of BTR, nobody has occupied Power Grid at all throughout the entirety of the match. I've been watching the minimap and nobody has even bypassed, so perhaps it's a really solid chance for Rogue Warriors to take that as a checkpoint. But I think for Miracle Blast may actually opt to do the same. So it is rather playable. A lot of region over on Power Grid is going to be up available. The other side of the hill over on north as well as the central area, it's a no-go zone. Anybody goes close, they're going to get shot. And that's happening right now as Blue Squad gets taken down.
Okay, here we go. It's a little quiet. I mean, it's not what we expect, but stage 2, okay. Teams are killing nothing but time at the moment. Probably everyone's just chilling out, because we got plenty of space to go for. Team Flash will be coming from down south, as well as ASI8, who just came out fresh from Los Leones. Everyone's just flocking right in the middle. We've got a Team Secret RQ with A7 and Sem9. They're pretty close with one another. Horaa Esports kind of chilling just up north there, but they do have a compound all to themselves, so I don't think they're going to be pushing anyone at an early onset. Alter Ego Eris is still scouting the northern part area of Miramar, but still no intentions as well when it comes to pushing a team for now. Dplus KIA managed to put up 2 elimination points at an early onset as well, so that is good for them. But this is not what we expected though. Tops of 4MV currently knocked down on the ground, courtesy of Rogue Warriors.
XN just doing a magnificent job, but he's actually activating all by himself, and he's already putting Tops slowly bleeding out there to dry. I'm pretty sure that Ruthless is not going to allow that to happen. So where exactly is the rest of Rogue Warriors as we see Zio trying to trade back? I think that's just about enough pressure, and the nades are being sent right in. Except he will have to fall back. So like I said, I expected these two teams to be moving into the area of Power Grid because it's left vacant. But Rogue Warriors, they have to now look for alternative plans, and they're just settling for the slum areas over on the outskirts. So perhaps there is an off chance that 4Miracle Vibes can recommit into this fight.
Yeah, that could be the case. Okay, Tianba, not part of the game. Yes, they were the first one to get the boot from Miramar, and now everyone is slowly getting into position here, picking up their picking a compound here. Dplus KIA. Okay, that is a collision awaiting to happen since everyone seems to be gunning for San Martin. We've got Team Secret, GLU,
Wow.
I8, and Dplus KIA right over there.
Take a look at this mini-map. RRQ is in the godly spot where that hill is able to see just about everything happening inside Power Grid, St. Martin, and the back valley as well. The problem is everyone's going to push towards the direction, so I want to see how well can RRQ hold later on.
You have to grow a pair of eyes in the back of your head to be able to pull off such a great defense, considering RRQ's position in the map here. I mean, there's Alpha 7 headed towards them exactly. Rogue Warrior right now must have gotten a brutal response from 4Miracle Vibes because one of them is down on his knees. And just look at that dog with an M416 is just trying to do maybe like a tap and fire over there, looking to pop some head. But again, we're seeing an incredible distance. It was Team Flash who stole the point from 4MV.
Well, that's a little bit nasty from the looks of it. Team Flash, they arrive around the corner and just goes in for a little bit of a big uppercut. But it seems to me that the rest of the Rogue Warriors, they will try to continue on with their journey. Still having 2 members out there. XN, he tries to get a little bit of activation, but it didn't seem like there was much that was going on for him. ZZ got eliminated out of that, so running around and even spotted out 7-9. I don't think it is a good place to take a pit stop for XN, but he's just gonna try to fall over onto the lower end of the dip as he definitely needs those covers up against the rest of Team Flash, who have been chasing upon him, and they just make quick work out of that situation.
Yeah, but Sim9 definitely heard those gunshots. Now, I do wonder where the rest of Team Flash is because definitely he's being sniffed out by the boys of Sim9. Now, he's popping off those smokes, of course, but he is already being surrounded by some teams as well from the other side of the mountain. A1, Hitman, down on the ground by Alpha 7 out tops with a massive spray up against Sim9. Oh, this is not what we expect, but yeah, Tops was able to do just that.
Yeah, 7-9, they were being a little bit too curious on what's really going on over onto the other section, but they just got caught up on the rest of 4Miracle Vibes, and just like that, 4Miracle Vibes, they're even punishing Team Flash at the very same time. Oh my word. 4Miracle Vibes are just absolutely dominating everybody who's cutting across this far west.
They have everyone inside, that is for sure, and they're doing an amazing job as well, trying to get gatekeep, you know, Team Flash and making it hard for them to step inside the zone. And so far, so good. But it's a great counter as well coming from Win. I mean, that was a great shot from this guy. I think he was able to put down Joel for Miracle Vibes. Yes, that is the confirmation right there from the kill feed.
Yeah, he almost got rammed by the buggy though, a little bit risky. But it does the job perfectly fine. So Team Flash, they could go ahead to recover bows, but the nades are already flying right through. Thankfully, it does not land directly on top of bows. They try to trade right back. Zeus is also cutting it pretty closely. Doc answered back with a couple of grenades as he does notice that member of Team Flash is just by the outskirts trying to heal up. Topsy is definitely having a really strong angle so he could just make sure that he backs up Doc whenever he goes in for that push. More needs to be primed right through, and playing on that low ground for Team Flash isn't going to be all too easy. They don't really get to spot all these movements coming out of 4Miracle Vibes, but Zeus is doing wonders! He goes in with flank, he takes down Rowdy. Well, that's actually going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation as Doc. He gets turned around by Zeus, bringing in the DPS to play.
Man, non-stop action coming from all of these teams. 6 now elimination points from the side of Team Flash. They have been aggressive right off the bat here, which is, of course, what we all want to happen. RRQ right now going in for the charge there with the DBS. Lapar has been making great efforts as well to gather a lot of points as much as he can for RRQ. We've got Frankie on the ground, Team Secret. Now Trang definitely will be having a hard time picking up his teammate given the situation. I mean, RQ now has most of the control from that compound, so it is now time for trying to kind of move back a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. RQ, from the last position we saw, they actually push upwards towards the different direction and now won that trade as well. Pretty impressive out of RQ knowing what needs to be done, because that prior spot will leave them super vulnerable. So they're not going to be holding it, at least for the meantime. Dplus KIA gets an early exit as they have been picked apart, as Horaa Esports have been going on a massive spree. That's 5 points already for the squad. Alter Ego looking really good. Your chances of scoring this time looking relatively high, Red Queen.
Yeah, and also looking good is A1 Aero. I mean, 5 elimination points. Okay, slowly but surely. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say anything. But wow, what a dodge, though. Coming from Chang, he remains to be elusive from all of the nades being thrown at him by Badru of Alter Ego Errors, and now he's still on prone. He does have that element of surprise because Badru obviously doesn't know where he is exactly. Now the dance-off just happening. Now Badru goes down on the floor hard. We've got a Moore here who's trying to provide a mid-man support, but not connecting at all.
Man, these names of Alter Ego gets more and more confusing. I mean, now we add another different player to the list. Matter just got revived. I believe that to be Rosemary, and now it's going to be RRQ, a very familiar opponent that Alter Ego have always faced back in their home region. The name is looking pretty good to flush off MG out of position, forcing the Pekko to also fall back. And just look at that aggression. I perhaps can confirm this is going to be Rosemary for sure. Now, looking at Pablo, he's also getting himself that off angle. It is going to be a little bit difficult. BX has to fall back. And just like that, nades are being exchanged from both sides of the corner. And this kind of dip is just doing a little bit more of a favor for Depico to defend for the moment, while the rest of RQ are playing through the high ground.
Okay, Alter Ego Errors was able to reset. A while ago, X666 was low in HP, but he was able to heal himself up. Now, RRQ's been throwing a lot of nades now. Badru, on the other hand, has been knocked down once again, so I'm not sure about the integrity of his armors and vest there. No fear from Horaa Esports and getting tagged by more of Alter Ego Errors as well, so we've got a lot of teams here. Maybe 3 teams having a battle here, but again, another dance-off happened between X66 here and their pick of RRQ. I don't know, but Alter Ego Air seems to have been exposed to a lot of gamma rays because they're hulking out right now.
Yeah, there's just so many teams vying for that spot, and here comes the res of Horaa Esports charging right through, and just like that, it is gonna be Jiggle that secures it. This is too overwhelming for the rest of Alter Ego. They were on the spot hill trying to challenge RRQ, which you saw. RRQ have better defensive cover to actually work around with. Batter now trying to actually force his way around, and he knows he needs to force their hands.
Oh.
It's just going to be do or die, and I guess that's where Alter Ego crumbles.
Yeah, it was a great position from Horaa Esports. Major backstab that happened up against Alter Ego Errors. I mean, they were so eager to put down the boys of RQ that they forgot they're a little exposed over to the backside, and Horaa Esports just capitalized on that information, and now they're challenging up the remaining boys of RQ here. Noga just received a lot of damage from that nade, but 2 of the boys of RQ slowly went back to that compound, and now I feel like they're evenly spread out in that particular spot, which will make it a little hard, you know, for the boys of Horaa Esports to penetrate that said compound. But you know what? ASI8 is monitoring the situation, lurking within proximity, and might decide eventually to kind of push that compound where RQ is currently staying at.
Still a little bit risky. I mean, that leaves them absolutely exposed to the gunfire of RRQ as well. So I think it's best that they leave them be and just hugged by these creases of the hillside. Meanwhile, it's going to be another long tack coming in from Sky. Also being reciprocated in kind as well, where ASI8, they are lurking over onto the back end. They take that prior position where RRQ were displaying, while RQ falls back into the compounds. That to be the center of the zone, which is why RQ has made those early advancements to be able to pick themselves that spot. Now, we're definitely going to see whether or not Ken Huzaifa as well as Casanova pry this one open. If they get a knock or 2, we'll see that percent coming in from ASI8.
Number advantage goes to Horaa Esports. I think that would be the first thing to happen, is a battle between Team Flash and the purple hearts. And we can see Sleepy. He has a great vantage point. He is looking over Team Flash. Bows is popping off those smokes to conceal their location, their position as well. But they're, again, Horaa Esports is spread out. You know, they have the best position so far, hence getting the upper hand advantage. Now Jiggle is trying to jump up and down here. Just wish that he doesn't overextend himself, because yeah, I mean, there you go. Okay, I spoke too soon again, Contra.
Well, it's just gonna be those kind of exchanges that does happen from time to time. Team Flash now goes on a rampage. It's been 10 points already from the get-go. They've been farming big numbers, and Team Flash, they're not messing around anymore. They're feeling rather hungry, now hunting out against the rest of these members of Horaa Esports. They're still having 3 members strong, just about enough squad strength to match up with the rest of the pack. 3v3 on each side, and it's just no clear-cut answer as to who's going to be having the biggest leverage. Other than the spot that RQ has, it's definitely going to be tough to actually defend when multiple teams push in at the very same time. But the good news is these teams are trying to settle scores on the outskirts. Damage being done as Sleepy as well as these other members of Horaa Esports finding it tough to defend. The nades are being propped right in. The rest of Team Flash, they are about to close in onto Sky and Sleepy.
I don't want to blink because I don't want to miss a thing here. Okay, smokes are being popped off onto the side of Horaa Esports. Team Flash just continues to apply a lot of pressure by throwing a lot of nades here. Wen is still holding on to one while Bows is slowly backing away for now. Okay, while he was healing up, so that means Horaa Esports, they have a chance to move forward a bit, but I don't think they're going to be leaving that spot because, well, we've got a No Fear just keeping an eye on everything that is happening. So, I mean, a backup support will definitely be provided by No Fear effectively if they don't leave that spot. Anyway, Team Flash, there's no urgency here. I mean, they don't really have to push for now. Maybe they should just wait it out, but then, you know, the back and forth situation between these two teams is a very entertaining one.
Definitely. It's definitely taking a while where there's just a truce to be called for the moment. For esports definitely wanting to ensure that they have pretty much some clear-cut answers as to how they actually paved their path over onto these sectors. Well, Team Flash, they're having very little defensive coverage, and this is where they trade right back. Sky trying to retaliate with a grenade of his own. Took them a while, but look at Bose. He's about to also join in the party while Zeus gets naded. This is that golden opportunity for Horaa Esports to just crush them right now.
Oh yeah, that was the essential knock that Horaa Esports has been looking for, but Wen, again, very effective counter. What a way to answer Horaa Esports back. Now Wen with a DBS. Oh, this is gonna do good with a CQC. Now let's see, the back and forth dance-off is still happening between these two teams. No Fear just went in for the charge, was able to get one, but unfortunately Wen responded again with an effective shot, and there you go. Ladies and gents, Horaa Esports just got eliminated by Team Flash.
Wen again with another clutch masterclass. What else can they do in this map? They're just gonna go in for the save, but take a look at Crypto. He's charging right from the back. This might just be the fate of the existence of Team Flash as they are unable to save Zeus over onto the course of that mix-up where Baby is just gonna be tagged up, and now they finally get the catch. They're down to 1 member left as Team Flash might just be shut down by Crypto overall on his immense effort pushing it alone.
Woo, oh man, what a turn of events here, ladies and gents. Wen is playing on another level here, that is for sure. The way that he counters, it's so effective, it's hurting a lot of members, or a lot of his enemies. But anyway, 3 teams down to 2. Flash just got eliminated.
Oh man. They barely got themselves any form of a reset, and RQ, they've done enough waiting, and now charges right through. Huzaiba being spotted up, soaks up a couple of damage, and the entire squad is already on him. They also spot out Crypto on the other corner, and this is all down to Crypto right now. 1 versus 2, there might just be a revive to make it 3 for RRQ.
But he's so far away, I mean, this will give time for RRQ to reset. Okay, here we go. Lepar is currently knocked down still, and Baby, of course, he's trying to find that perfect angle that he can capitalize. Of course, RQ popping off those smokes. They're healing up. They're trying to reset. They're trying to recuperate. Baby trying to find again an opening to shut down RQ at this point, but Nugget now already inside his vehicle, getting some information. He spots Baby. Baby went in for a charge with Scarlight, but might be the end of the lineup for ASI8.
Yeah, it's all down to isolating whatever targets he can find. We believe that Crypto has been doing a lot of great duels thus far, but RRQ's got 3 members out there. If they swing in tandem, this might just be tough, and the only name that was that name, RRQ Ryu, the Kings of Kings, are back at it again in Miramar to dominate.
Oh my god.
Okay, they found that spot inside the compound. They managed to at least chill for a moment, but once they saw that fight happening between Team Flash as well as ASI, they just unleashed whatever that's left in the tank to just back this big win.
Okay, so RQ, they claim the WWCD with flawless rotations and, of course, excellent zone control all the time, you know, proving their mastery on Miramar's unforgiving terrain. And there's also ASI8 Esports, of course, who showed resilience, finishing strong with consistent plays, of course, to secure a top spot in this match as well. And who can forget about Team Flash? I mean, they lit up the battlefield with 13 elimination points. Their aggression, I mean, it paid off, you know. They tore through opponents with precision and flair.
They definitely did, and overall, Nougat as well as MG really have backed each other up, especially when we saw that there was a tight situation between RQ as well as Alter Ego. Soville, the Pekko, they were kind of pinched, and that's where the long-range snipes come through. And just like that, RQ defended their territory to the best of the capabilities. But to my surprise, out of all these 4 names out there, Team Flash, they were fighting from the outskirts all the way in, and they've got the majority of all these points gained from all these elimination points throughout their fights.
Whew, man, I do need to catch my breath here. But Miramar proved once again that it rewards calculated strategies here, contra and sharp execution. And RQ's steady dominance clinched the win, while Team Flash stole the show with their elimination points. And of course, with the momentum shifting and strategies evolving, the competition is definitely heating up. You know, we're looking at a Nugget here from RQ and Sleepy from Horaa. It's pretty close with one another, except for the damage output here coming from RQ Nugget. I mean, understandably so, they have gone through more fights compared to Horaa Esports.
Yeah, and overall, just looking at Sleepy really taking charge of all these fights. The Horaa Esports, they managed to secure that North Point for a very, very long time. And there was a certain instance that they were rocking up against even Alter Ego, managing to stack just a couple of members, and that kind of paved the way for RQ to also get some defensive maneuvers as well. So these 2 names, I want to see them go on a battle again, because Nugget so far has been able to actually match up to the tempo play of Horaa Esports that has been so feisty throughout the match.
Oh yeah, agree with you again. It's a different Horaa that we're seeing right now if we are going to compare their performance during the Night of Champions. But again, we don't want to take the spotlight away from the MVP of the match here, which is, of course, win of Team Flash, 7 elimination points and 1,239 damage output. Now, he was able to get my attention. We don't know who he is exactly, as you all know, when it comes to off-season tournaments, these guys would love to mix up their names or like change their IGNs or like in their handles, and not give the portrait to the organization. But his performance says a lot. We've seen all the great counters coming from this guy. Again, just like what I mentioned a while ago, he was playing on a different level.
Indeed, he was, and we'll just take a look at all these names out there. They definitely have been able to really put on quite the showing. Team Flash, this was a massive 18 points, but not quite enough to overtake RRQ with 9 points and a chicken dinner to add to the tally as well. But consider this a massive run for not only them, but also Horaa Esports with that 13-pointer and 10 points in for ASI8. So the South Asians are also rising up to this current matchup, so expect more coming out of I8 and Horaa Esports coming next.
Yep. At least on this round, we've got 5 teams who kind of dominated. They ended the game with a double-digit score, so that tells a big story about these teams, right? 4 Miracle Vibes, surprisingly, down at number 8 with only 4 points, and Sem9, Weibo Gaming and Tianba down at the bottom here, having no score whatsoever. There's a lot of things that can still happen. A lot of stories can still unfold. But of course, during this match, we're also looking at the numbers here. 160 for the throwables used. Airdrops looted, we've got 2. And as for the longest elimination distance, it's Sinister. I mean, it makes a lot of sense because, we fought in Miramar, and this is a safe haven, for all the snipers and, who are good with their aim and recoil control. And Sinister was the one out of everyone who stood out when it comes to the longest elimination distance.
True enough, and when it comes down to team fights and everything else, I think RRQ so far has displayed to us how a massive 4v4 setup can actually work very well in Miramar when you are holding certain prime areas of play. So definitely, if you guys want to learn a lot more, you can just rewatch what went on in that previous match. So we get an update, and AE is currently sitting at the top as they've been able to still add a lot of all these points for eliminations alone. They're the feistiest of them all with 26 elimination points and no chicken dinners thus far. And Horaa Esports is also matching up to that speed as well with 31 points, tied with 4 Miracle Vibes.
Yep, I mean, the gap is not that far just yet. Then again, with the current system that we have, or point system that we have rather, there's a need for them to add more aggression, I guess, into the mix, into their ingredients in getting that WWCD, just because, at an early onset, you should be able to build your foundation, just like what 4 Miracle Vibes did in the Night of Champions. I mean, it will give you that little space, that little room to make mistakes inside the game. And if you do have that enough lead point to start off, then it will be easy for you to kind of go through all the remaining matches in a tournament.
And looking at the current standpoint over onto the bottom of the tally, so far we haven't seen much of an activation other than, A1 Esports getting that longest range shot coming in from Sinister. Sem9, Nongshim RedForce, it's kind of hard to believe that they're currently sitting over onto the lower spectrum of this matchup. I mean, some can also say the same about the PL side, but I think I've explained just about enough on what kind of struggles that they're actually going through as a region when they're playing, globally, when they're not playing in a LAN setting, because it is kind of tough dealing with those latency stuff. But overall, I definitely think that we are seeing at least some decent competition overall coming in from the rest of the boys. Sem9, they got to step up, and hopefully in these upcoming games, some of these guys will be able to do so. So break quick, we go on a quick break, and we'll be right back for more action here in Ruthless Hype Esports. That's just a quick water break, and we are already back in. So I guess you guys didn't really miss us for far too long. So that being said, that was a massive victory coming from RRQ. And if you just noticed, other than the win coming in from Brazil's finest Alpha 7, the rest of the chicken dinners today has been dominated by Southeast Asia. We got RRQ, we got BTR, we got even some of all these hard hitters coming from Thailand's very own Vampire Esports. Who else is gonna stop these guys from getting everything on the table?
Yep, we're gearing up for the next round here, ladies and gents. The previous match on Miramar, man, I am breathless to be exact. You know, again, it was all about calculated rotations. RQ dominating the late game for a chicken dinner, while Team Flash, impressed everyone by racking up 13 elimination points. And now that we're heading back to the classic Erangel, where anything can happen, by the way, with Alter Ego Era's Horaa and 4 Miracle Vibes leading the overall leaderboard, the stakes are higher than ever, obviously. So can these top teams maintain their momentum, or will we see a new contender rise and shake things up, since we're getting another group to get into the mix here?
Yeah, and I think that perhaps it's going to be a new name out there, or it could be some of the repeat names out there where we come back into the prediction. I'm happy. I mean, I got one. I'm looking for my second. This time I'm going to choose something relatively different. It's either hit or miss, so there's a good chance for everybody else. I'm going Voin Donkey.
Voin Donkey.
Yeah.
All right.
They've been a little bit quiet, and I think that if they really want a shot, they got to start right now, because their other brothers from Indonesia, they're starting to get everything on board. So Alter Ego is production's choice. So Red Queen, you got enough time to think, and what's your verdict?
I'm going with my purple hearts.
Okay, Horaa Esports. I thought about it as well. I mean, they look so good today. I'm saving it for that Miramar in the very last match if they're playing. Or else it's tomorrow, you know? Like, there's always tomorrow, there's the day after, and also Tuesday. So, yeah, things are looking really good. So, we got predictions? What about you guys out there in the chat? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of purple hearts running in the chat right now.
I know!
Just like Red Queen. I know you're staring at the YouTube space right now. Meanwhile, wherever you guys are from, of course, make sure you guys respect everybody else out there. We take care of each other here in Ruthless Hype.
Oh, yeah.
So, of course, keep the chat all friendly.
No doubt. You know, I'm very flattered because just now a lot of you guys followed me on my Instagram, so thank you. Again, my heart is happy.
Do I have followers?
Don't forget about Contra, guys.
Just kidding.
Know, that's the kind of support that, you know, us casters always hope for, because we always give you guys a great show. It's always within our goals to give you guys a very entertaining show and to give justice to all of the geniuses gameplays that your favorite teams are putting it out there in the battlefield. So thank you. You know, by following us, we also make our community grow, and that's always, you know, one of the goals, to kind of put our thing, this esports thing, in the mainstream.
That's right. I mean, it's already pretty much in the mainstream these days out there. So kudos to you guys, whichever generation you guys are from now watching. All our top players playing globally. Of course, it's been a little bit of a tough run for PEL side. I think I've said time and time again. So don't be too harsh on them in the chat. Of course, if you guys are wondering why exactly is the case. Of course, their connection isn't exactly the most stable coming from their region to play on the global server. Overall, of course, for A7 Esports, they are still managing it for a bit, which, you know, you and I were relatively surprised. Where in the Night of Champions, they play super efficiently. And I think, like, the key to A7's performance is this team play coming in to always back up Corellia when he's going on the offense, and he's also having Favo to be one of the heavy hitters to be able to match up to that pacing that they're playing. So Alpha 7 definitely is still going to be a hot contender in this matchup.
That is for sure. I mean, the fact that they're playing in this tournament smooth like criminals, I don't know. I mean, we always expect for them to have some sort of technical issues, but so far so good for Alpha 7. And the fact that they're here playing in the same lobby as well as everyone else is, I think they're the only NA team that we have in the lobby. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the time zone difference, ladies and gents. I mean, like,
yeah, what time is it in Brazil?
I don't know, maybe morning. I mean, despite that fact, okay, I'm looking at the wrong direction. Okay,
I gotta Google this right now. Like
that
time
fact,
in Brazil.
They're doing great.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna get my answer in just a couple of seconds. And time in Brazil, you're absolutely right. They're playing at currently 11 a.m. approximately. So imagine they started like a couple hours ago. So,
yeah.
Kudos to the coach.
God.
Coaches, you guys are the MVP. You guys managed to wake your players this early to play. Or if it's coming from the players themselves, even more impressive. They eat, sleep, PUBG, mobile, and repeat. That's the schedule for the Brazilians. That's crazy.
You know, I remember casting for ESL. I remember, okay, that was a Brazil tournament. I'm not sure, but my call time was 4 in the morning, and I casted with Sir Cloud.
Makes sense. Yeah. And I remember I did one cast as well. It was a little battle royale game, and it's for a World Series, like tier 1 event. It happened in Brazil. I was casting from say 1 a.m. till like 7 a.m. So yeah, it definitely seems like it's absolutely right. So that is, of course, me being in the Malaysian time zone. But for some of these guys, I mean, they're directly on the opposite side of the world, which means it's perfectly evening for them to actually play. So that being said, I mean, the level of commitment coming from these players absolutely deserve our respect. Like, when you think about all the teams coming from, whether if it's Central Asia, South Asia, and everywhere else who's playing with us, they got to commit a lot of time, effort to also align with the schedule. And all this, of course, we thank Ruthless Hive to bring on one heck of a show for everybody out there. And speaking of which, we're already on our penultimate round of day 1 of the grand finals. This has been a splendid day so far. We're moving back into Erangel. I know there's a lot of expectations on the line. The race is still on, Red Queen. This time,
oh yeah,
I guess that you guys are going hard on the predictions. I hope some of you guys out there in the chat get it right as well, as we're about to move in to our second last map of the night.
Yes, sir. You know what? After, for Alpha 7, after a defining year during 2024, where they secured their first international title at EWC and kind of showcased their resilience in the PMGC, going toe-to-toe with the world's best. Alpha 7 is ready to take on yet another challenge with, of course, players like Carillo and Revo, and they're bringing both firepower and leadership to the battlefield, especially on this one. I mean, it's not expected, to be honest. I do expect them to just kind of observe, but they're really playing the game, which is, of course, great for each and every one of us.
True enough, and we are also seeing another island start coming in with Flight Path. But there is a chance that we might see a little bit of a change of scenery, where today we have not seen any circle to be occurring around, the main peninsular's northern region or even in the far eastern corner. So Lipovka will be pretty fun to actually witness. So we'll have to definitely see on how this one will play out later on. LGD, without the presence of foreign Miracle Vibes, they are taking over the entire sector of the military base.
It was a fast Erangel that happened in the previous round, so perhaps we can see a back-to-back military base finish. Okay, we're just waiting for it. It will show up in just a few more seconds, ladies and gents, but this is a different... Okay, because 4MV is not playing in this round, so LGD is the one dropped around military base area, and then this Team Secret. I believe there are 2 teams that dropped around Novorotnoy. And then we've got a D-Saver again haunting the halls of Pochinki area. But it's JD Gaming right now in an altercation. One of them already down on the ground here, and they're going up against the boys of the Purple Hearts.
That's right, and just like that, off the bat, already hitting the mark. Wow, swiftly done by Sleepy, wasting no time to secure the first blood, and this is just going to be a little bit of a tough fight as we are seeing Alpha 7 to take on the rest of all these members of Alter Ego inside of the Pubg. Rather strange to see them bounce so early on. That nade! Oh, Pablo! Pixel perfect, and he's got that Scorpion in hand. It's going to be a close fight to the finish line, but the rest of A7 are slowly getting depleted.
Impeccable timing coming from Pablo there. That was an essential shot with that nade. Now here comes again more of Alter Ego errors with nothing but a handgun. Was able to pull off a kill there. Now Jiggle is trying to go back and forth, swing it to the sides. Trying to put down a player from JD, but it's having a hard time though. Now we've got ThunderTalk Gaming on the screen right now, having an altercation with the Team Secret. We've got a Bison doing its job up against Team Secret, ladies and gents, and that's coming from Love, but he is the last remaining player from this side of town, and he is in a world of trouble now that he is being hunted down by Team Secret.
It's down to 1 versus 1. He cannot allow them to actually go in for the revive. Look, he's only got bandages to work with. He does not really know for the fact that that other player is just falling really low. And we're also looking at Jingle once again to take down more members out of JDG. Kudos to production, where the observers are really working really hard to bring us every single angle of all these fights, where we pop from one fight to another. Where look at ThunderTalk still getting it done, but it's not quite enough. The revives went through. And it's Team Secret that wins out the trade at the end of the line.
All right, here we go. No Fear cooking up that nade, getting ready to throw at JD Gaming. Again, Lone Wolf, ladies and gents, went in for the fire, but not hitting his target just yet. But you know what? For the Horaa Esports, even though they have the upper hand advantage up against JD, they already have 2 casualties here. So even if they win the battle, the big question here right now, Contra, would be, can they still win the war?
It's a really tough answer to comment right now, as it's really down to this final member of JDG to just play by the washer, it seems. Jiggle knows he's there. It's just that to swing that angle is not going to be an easy task, especially it's going to be an 8 km at the ready. Well, they are sending those nades. They try to confirm it, but a quick run. Quick thinking as well coming from the member of JDG to try to go for a big wraparound, and as he tried to pull back, barely enough health. He's still got an AUG to perhaps cause a bend towards this side of Horaa Esports. So far, damage being done, and that is just about enough. That's a kill from the crossbow.
Wow! What a kill coming from Horaa Esports. But then again, you know, in that process, 2 of them were taken out of the equation, and we are just at stage 1. So there's plenty more battles that they have to go through if they want to get to the latter stages of the game here. So might as well focus on getting those placement points rather than elimination points. That could be the best strategy they can pull off for this round. Anyway, 12 teams, ladies and gents, Alpha 7. And an early onset got the boot out of Erangel as well. So we've got at least 3 teams, or 4 teams rather, already out of the game, which includes ThunderTalk, JDG, and Weibo Gaming.
It's just going to be a little bit of a rough ride with a few members left for the side of Horaa Esports, but that was still a very massive victory. You see the names with those 4 pointers. Yep, they won out those trades. So tough luck as we're looking at some of all these other names out there who's just taking a little bit of chill pill. LGD plotting up something up against Frankie, who has just visited the corners of the Novorotnoy sector, or should I say it's actually LGD that cuts by into the sector instead, because early on we saw that fight taking place between Team Secret as well as ThunderTalk. So the big brothers of LGD says, you don't mess with our guys. And looking at the side of Team Secret, I think they're whittled down to only 2 members right now, as MVM quickly cuts across to secure the kill onto Frankie.
Ooh, big threat coming from LGD. But anyway, okay, Team Secret, now that they're down to just 2 players, I think it's time for them to just move away, you know, back away from the situation, live to fight another day, that is. But coming off the kill feed, it's the Savior, I guess, picking off some players here from I8 RedForce. Yeah, in another part of town here. XZY currently down on the ground. Doxy left to defend him. Natty's trying to dance him off with a shotgun as well, but Doxy falls victim to Levi's instead. So the Savior once again dominating this clash.
Yeah, just looking pretty clear as to how they've been able to navigate their way through that. Just barely having enough of these covers. Nongshim RedForce now forced to play with 2 M249 with a 6x scope. Can actually turn that into a sniper. Well, I've seen this happen before, especially in those early days of the PC counterpart. Some people actually do that when they put that 6x on. You just go for tap after taps. You're not going to spray because you're just going to be seeing off the sky because of the recoil. But the first couple shots is actually super accurate on the M249.
Mm-hmm. Team Secret just opened fired up against LGD, but did not connect at all. So that gives way for LGD to escape a possible clash scenario. But coming off the kill feed, it's Alter Ego Airs versus Dplus KIA. And one of the players from... or not Dplus KIA, that would be D Savior. So one of the players from D Savior is currently knocked down. But the good thing, or the upside about this, is the fact that they do have a compound working out for them. So they're surrounded by concrete walls. But of course, Fourth Thrives is kind of checking out, gauging, and getting enough information whether or not it's safe to actually crash that compound.
Take a look at the south side. I mean, LGD, they're playing the blue zone to further commit onto that member of Team Secret, and now Shiki's pretty much stranded. He's all alone. How is he supposed to actually get out alive? If he's not going to be claimed by LGD, the Blue Reaper will take him down.
Lynx looking to pop some heads as well. Great distance, though, from Team Secret. GK was able to pull off a great evasive maneuver from that attack. But anyway, they are being hunted by LGD right now. 2 elimination points, though, for the side of this PL team. And now they are traveling to get to the main peninsula, but right behind them, Team Secret opted to just, okay, you guys pass through the west side, the east side rather, and we'll pass through the west bridge to get to the zone safely.
In which we're already seeing an altercation break loose over on the north point where they're fighting for that patrol station. Voin Donkey. Oh, this is going to be really tough as BTRs slowly starting to smoke onto them. Closing in the distance, Razy might just actually be able to nade them all down as they're on the outskirts inside of being indoors of the current gas station. They did manage to squeeze past, but take a look at the rest of BTR. They're already closing right in. Federalis just squeezing the right angles, forcing Razak to be pretty much pinned down. Well, that is just further commitment. They will cut one member out of that cause. Voin Donkey, they're just trying themselves to defend to the best of their capabilities, but this area is just too tough for them to hold, especially with even shots being fired from above.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't even understand why teams choose to take position in this spot, because it's really hard to defend.
Well, I guess, like, usually it's really good for you to just hold out for a temporary measure as a pit stop. Or if it's going to be a super late game scenario where you are just hoping to just hold for some form of cover, but being this early is not really for you much of a repeat. But Foxy, oh my, that was pretty close as they managed to still clear out the rest of Voin Donkey, but Voin Donkey kind of make it a little bit more painful. I guess there goes my prediction. I mean, I kind of thought it's either go big or go home. Seems like DD went home.
Yep, it's always a risk, right, playing in Battle Royale. So again, a lot of factors plays in to be considered as the winner for any of the matches here. And, you know, I'm still going to say it. It's really hard to defend. You know, it gives me all of the stress whenever I see a team get into that particular spot and tries to, you know, go for other teams and kinds of decides to surround them. I mean, anyone can take them from behind, and it's just in front of a hill there, which also gives a great vantage point for that team to obliterate them. So I don't know. Again, it's a vulnerable spot for me. But anyway, getting back into the game here, ladies and gents, the circle is definitely small. So in just a while, it's going to get crowded because a lot of teams coming from the north, coming from the south, is about ready to get inside the safe zone. And I feel like GLU and BTR will definitely have an exchange here, as well as D-Saver and probably the boys of Dplus KIA and LGD.
True enough, and so far looking very steady for some of these guys of Alter Ego. They have those majority of the compound just by the Fork Road. It's gonna be tough for the teams to be able to challenge it, which is why we could see majority of them are just trying to swing around the outskirts, trying to book a spot through the high hillside. Dplus KIA playing this a little bit more passively as compared to how they have used to actually play out. Especially in the Night of Champions, we see Dplus KIA doing a whole lot. This is a little bit of a far cry from their best gameplay that we've seen so far. So I really wonder, like, what exactly changed for the side of Dplus KIA.
Yeah, you're right. They're a little bit passive in tonight's set of matches, and also for GK Team Secret. I don't know what he is still doing, tanking the blue zone. I mean, he is at the West Bridge, haven't gotten inside the main peninsula just yet, so could be difficult for him the moment that he gets inside the circle. I mean, he could easily get spotted by the other teams who is sticking right at the edge. But anyway, Alter Ego Era is right now on your screen. I see anyone contesting them at the moment? Yes, Vampire Esports and Horaa. They are within the proximity, so this could be easily be a three-way battle in just a few moments.
It could just be the case. So it's all about finding the right moment to actually strike. And for the side of GLU Squad, so far, they haven't really had a good round running for them. Maybe a couple of pickoffs in between some matches that they played out, but I want to see how far do they go. As they do make it to the top 10, they can actually score even more out of placements. So moving into some of all these matches I've seen prior to this tournament's GLU Squad, they are a very aggressive team. Sometimes, like, they disregard their safety, which is why they don't really see that much of a point gain from placement after all. So now that they're in the best spot, I want to see them play defensively. How well will they hold up, because they're very close to center.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, BTR getting shot at by Flag of 4 tries, but he's been getting some counter as well. Team Secret just got eliminated with 4 elimination points. Man, I don't think he was able to even use his weapon that much, to be honest. I mean, he was tanking the blue for most of the time there. 9 teams remaining. Bigetron managed to put up 2 elimination points. Not that big just yet, but then again, it's too early to say just who will dominate this last Erangel match that we have for this evening. Bigetron, they are currently staying over to the east side of the map here. I don't see any teams that might contest them just yet, but Alter Ego Era's men, one of them currently knocked down. D-Saver kind of on a rampage at the moment. And from the kill feed, though, it's T24 with a mini 14 was able to get a point.
Ooh, wow. That is considered a pretty nifty pickoff out here. Alter Ego still in a really tough spot overall, as you can see that they're yet to pick up their fallen members out there. The team now trying to flush that position out of these members of seem to be their squad or so, but I could be absolutely wrong. Federalis actually gets his catch. Very sharp eyes coming up from Federalis. Expect nothing less coming from the best of the Philippines.
Do you know that he has another nickname? It's not the Filipino Terminator anymore, or another moniker, for example. It's Fede now. It's Fede.
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 Is that what the Indos have given him for the nickname?
Yeah, because Federalis is too long. That's what they said.
Fede.
Fede. Anyway, Horaa Esports right now getting into the game. Even though they're down to just 2 players, they are not afraid to engage. And right now they have to set their eyes on the Voice of Alter Ego, whereas one of them is currently knocked down, which puts them in a little bit of a pickle here. But X66 tried to went in for charge, but failed at the moment.
Yeah, perfect angle coverage coming in from the members of Fortron as they are shredding apart these members of Alter Ego. Pretty much exposed by the corner screen. Just one tap is all it takes. T24 does it install. What a solid defense, and we thought that it won't be tough, and it definitely would be while BTR just arrives to the scene, but are unwilling to commit because they just saw what happened to Alter Ego. If they do have grenades, it's the perfect time to pop it right here.
Ooh, man, again, Fourth Thrives getting crushed by BTR. Here comes Satar leading the charge, and that is it for Fourth Thrives, ladies and gents. Getting a taste of their own medicine served by Bigetron. They exited the game, though, with 3 elimination points, so they're still A-OK. This is just day number 1. But for BTR, strong finish there with 7 elimination points. So, I mean, there's still plenty more to go because we still got 7 teams remaining here. Now, jumping into Vampire Esports and Dplus KIA, we were talking about Dplus KIA just a while ago and how they're being passive at the moment. So I don't know how long they're going to last in this situation because Vampire Esports is about ready to get charged.
Yeah, speaking of which, there are just 35 members of Dplus KIA, and it's down to also to just hold on the line. Not quite enough. Too many members out of Vampires to deal with at the moment, and just like that, Vampire Esports have been able to just secure pretty much everything online down to Fabian, and Camel makes it quick work. So Shreps, my guy out there, have secured the 7 point for Vampire Esports.
Okay, all right, waiting for my my anxiety-induced music. Okay, there goes the background music. BTR, okay, they have the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner for this round. We can see that No Fear trying to flush out the boys of Vampire Esports from that compound. They have 24% total of also getting the winner chicken, which is right next to BTR. Horaa, they are like sharks right now up against Vampire. They are circling and just scouting the area, getting into position. And Vampire Esports, well, we know this, boys, and they're not pushover, so here comes the attack. Here comes the charge. Divide and conquer for the side of VPE. They're in a 2-2 split here. And Horaa kind of, okay, we're not taking this fight for now.
Yeah, they understand that actually this entire squad of Vampire Esports is still intact because they saw that fight happening. They wanted to eavesdrop for a little bit, but since it's 4 players against 2, they definitely have to fall back. Everybody on wheels, BTR also repositioned where eventually we saw even BTR closed in, so it was definitely a smarter move coming from Horaa to pull all the way back. But just by driving by, you can see how much info these teams have been able to gain. No fear of being all alone inside the shack though. He's really preparing that grenade to drop at whoever drives nearby. Tony K going on a core chase! Oh, is this gonna be a efficient one? Because they're driving into the trap set by BTR!
Okay, here we go. Razy right behind this boulder just went in for a molly, but he's getting tagged from up above. They've got Federales on the ground as well. He's bleeding out, but Tony K also received the major backstab right there. Onzen right now very low in HP. I mean, it's chaotic at the moment. Ventoras just took a hit. But, yeah, does he have time to heal up, though? Jiggle trying to get close. Oh, he will capitalize on this one.
Yeah, he's trying to steal whatever fallen members there is. You can see Jiggle's just looking for GLU Squad as well. Oh, the 2 titans that fought each other are now being pinched and sandwiched in between. And this is just a dark world with No Fear getting one more on the block up against GLU Squad as Blast Punk is already on the ground. BTR did not manage to hold on while Vampire Esports tried to lick them wounds. Jingle now being swamped by the rest of the members of GLU. It's the XKF that allows to see the ex-members of EVOS have now been able to sniff out some of the members out of Horaa. Now it's only down to 1. Victorious, what more can he do? The 2 members of GLU pushing through the smoke, and now down to Tarek. He goes for the jump shot, and Tarek, he brings it back. GLU Squad now finds themselves in the best spot, and suddenly the Titans of turn. We have not seen D-Saber in action. Are they about to arrive? They're not part of the fight.
GLU squad did Horaa dirty. I mean, they came from behind and took Jiggle down, which leaves us to no fear as the sole surviving member of Horaa Esports. They do still have a chance, though, of getting that WWCD, but not if he doesn't get into the safe zone safely. And you know what? For the side of D Savior, they're just making sure that, okay, we'll definitely get the win on this one, because Pathogen, he's so far away from the rest of D Savior here. Levi's won. They're still up north, hunting down GLU squad and probably the last remaining of Horaa as well.
It's just crazy how these fights just erupted through the back end of the guilds on these slopes. Barely enough cover, mind you. And you saw that back and forth going on. I thought that VPE could have actually closed in on the final member until the arrival of both Horaa as well as GLU Squad. Now, both sides absolutely damaged, down to 1 member and 2 members, respectively. D-Savior, they have came into the scene rather late and now has gotten no clue whatsoever on where they're currently hiding.
Okay, again, it's quiet for now. GLU squad getting into position here. Pathogen getting information. Okay, tries to go for that middle window, but that was the wrong window to shot at. And now Haspy's just taking his time as well. He's looking for Pathogen to kind of settle down before he pops his head. But then again, Levi's is inside a vehicle, also trying to perhaps scout or find a spot where he can hide for now, or just maybe waiting for any critical moment to back up his team. But as for No Fear, he was able to get inside the circle, right at the edge, right behind that tree, and just looking at GLU and D Savior.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike. There is an off chance where Horaa Esports could still close it out, because if the trades favor the GLU Squad when they go in for the exchange, then we might even see DX to be depleted, which is why you can tell that D-Saber, they're not risking anything at all. They're just waiting for the right moment to eventually infiltrate. And look at grenades. Paragon's got 8 grenades. He could absolutely put this to good use. He does notice there is a hit popping through some of these window pane. So D-Savior, they're just going to send Voin to poke and prod, and perhaps these flank angles can actually work out with Levi's also cutting towards the back.
All right, here we go. It's still quiet here. You know, nobody wants to make a mistake and nobody wants to give way. That is for sure. Now we got D-Savior here. He's popping up some nades, but there is nobody home. There would nobody home. No Fear. I feel like he's already been spotted here by Paragon. Okay, but he's not moving at all. Okay, he's just on prone, covering himself up, because he would want to, of course, D-Savior to go up against GLU first before he joins into the mix here. And oh, what a tough situation though for Horaa Esports. I mean, the circle completely got away from him.
Yeah, now he gets a close angle, and that's where they will have that confirmation. That's how Levi's as well as Voin work to just cause certain distraction, and Paragon's just going to be waiting on the wings if he does find any form of angles for a catch. Hasby holding onto a different quarter while Tarek is onto the blue house. That's what I call it for now. I mean, you could argue it's green, whichever color it is. But there we go. 2 versus 1 up against Hasby, and then we'll see if Tarek's going to get involved as well. Just like that with a nade! Levi's is just going to clear out this entirety of the sector. Horaa Esports, another respectable top 3 finish as they keep the margins very close. I believe this could be a very good one where we might even see Horaa Esports to be the #1 team by the end of the leaderboards.
All right, here we go. Obviously, D-Savior has the upper hand advantage up against GLU, but maybe Tari's kit here can pull off a miracle. But no, I don't think so. I don't think this is going to happen, because D-Savior pretty much is decided to get the chicken dinner for this round. Hence, wearing the crown for It's always about the late surge for them. It clinched the WWCD with flawless execution and strategic late game positioning, solidifying their dominance in this match. I know it's too early to say, but that was kind of awesome, coming from D-Saver. There's also GLU, of course, who played a strong and consistent game. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. I mean, going up against the Savior is a tough battle to begin with, so I'd still say it was a great effort and great performance coming from GLU. And Horaa Esports, unfortunately they were down to just one player, but the thing is they continued on to prove their resilience with well-timed rotations and key eliminations as well, securing a top 3 finish.
That's right, and this definitely allows the Saber to also bounce back, because they have a couple of runs where they fall flat early despite, getting quite a number of eliminations. We know that they are absolute fighters, but when you allow space for Dingo Saber to play out, this is the kind of results they always deliver. Better late than never, is they're just about to get the party started, although they did miss one big hell of a party between Vampire Esports as well as BTR. Now take a look at this, as we have maybe just a little bit more defilades to be used overall, and I think perhaps we're not exactly in the esports mode of the room cards, which is why perhaps these teams don't really get to stock up as many utilities as they used to. So maybe that's the reason why the utility side has been a little bit lackluster coming from majority of all these teams, or perhaps they just prefer to really go out to test their aim on how sharp they are throughout the lobbies.
Yeah, maybe that could be the case there, but let's just point out the fact that I just feel bad for Horaa, because they're down to their last player, and No Fear kind of did everything that he could just to make sure that they still get quite a great finisher. But I don't want to diminish the fact as well that GLU squad performed great. For this round, for as long as they could, they held on to that compound. But then again, it was a perfect execution, great timing as well coming from Dingo Savior. But the damage output, though, obviously 1,880. It's such a huge one compared to GLU squad. Hence, of course, the Savior was able to put up 13 elimination points. So granted, that was already a given. And MVP of the match here, Levi's with 7 elimination points. But 4 eyes, that's what we call them, right? I do wear a pair of glasses, so everyone calls me 4 eyes. So maybe he can spot a lot more players inside the game compared to the other players.
I take that as a compliment if that's going to be the case. But Levi's, just take a look at this handsome gentleman. If he looks to be such a great chat outside of the game, he's even more lethal inside the game. So far, he's done the most damage output, the most kills in this lobby. Onsens actually followed very closely, and that actually begs the question, where exactly are the members of BTR? I believe it's pretty much well spread out between their members in terms of elimination points. And because BTR was fighting out in the open fields, it didn't really put them into any form of a reprieve where they could just find any form of cover. So that's still 11 points that sees them tied with Blue Squad, who scored that second place finish. Vampire Esports with 15, but this has been one of the higher points received so far by the Chicken Dinner team. That's a total of 23. That definitely puts DX up there on the radar.
I just have this one request. I don't know if there are fans of GLU squad, or even if the owners of the organization is listening, or I don't know, players from GLU squad. Your jacket, the varsity jacket, is just top notch. It's so beautiful. I want one.
I know, it looks really, really good. I've been asking my friends, hey, can I actually shop for these jackets? Well, if you guys are in Jakarta, probably you can. So we'll see. And of course, looking into the match stats, not only did the Savior actually win out the Chicken Dinner, they also have Parajin to be scoring the longest elimination thus far, 368 meters of a distance. That is quite massive if you ask me, and we definitely see bigger improvements coming from throwables and everything else on board.
Yep. This Savior did not only secure the chicken dinner, but they have their precision and teamwork in the final circle unmatched, obviously, hence getting the chicken dinner. But looking at the overall rankings here, ladies and gents, massive performance coming from Vampire Esports resulted to moving up 6 ranks, and now they are at the top spot with 1 chicken dinner. But they are currently tied up with Horaa Esports, who is at 2nd place. So I guess the difference is that Vampire Esports was able to score a chicken dinner. We got Alter Ego Errors as well, landing at the 3rd spot. So again, expect more shuffle to happen in the next days to come, because again, we've got 4 days to go for the grand finals.
That's right. Blue Squad, just by securing 1 second place finish, they now surge up 5 placements, climbing all the way up into 12. And we're going to be looking into even more names out there on the list. Still on the singular digit, so of course, all the best to all the players out there from the PEL side. And of course, I'm staring down at A1 as well as 7-9. And also Nongshim RedForce. I'm not too sure what exactly is going on. Could be exactly the same case where, you know, it hasn't been all too stable for these guys out there. Hopefully, you know, maybe tomorrow, I don't know, check on their routers or something like that, and they might just have a better run. But overall, I want to see them actually push themselves to the limit. So give them some time. We'll let them think, and we'll be back right after a short commercial break.
here we are, ladies and gents, the final showdown of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. The teams have battled through grueling matches, testing their strategies and, of course, resilience and nerves. And now it all comes down to this last round. Of course, this is where champions are forged and underdogs can race to seize the spotlight. My name is Red Queen, together with Contra, and we are still your casters for this spectacular event.
That's right, and overall it's been a splendid day, especially if you guys are fans of the teams who have played in the PMSL Southeast Asia, where majority of them have been able to bag themselves a chicken dinner or so. Now, going into Group B, we see, of course, more involvement coming in from South Asia, and of course, not forgetting our dear producers hailing from Mongolia. For Michael Vibes, looking to find their ways back into the top of the podium, so I'm thinking whether or not can they actually secure it for our final matchup of the night. And chances are I'm actually considering that my vote this time looking very enticing. I haven't voted for Formacle Vibes yet. I think this is the time to do it.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah.
So it's going to be B versus C, right? How about your production? Who are you going for? Four Tribes. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay.
Actually, good call. I mean, Four Tribes, they always finish second or first in Miramar.
Oh man, this is so hard. Okay, day number 1. Making my head ache. You know what? I feel like VTR. Okay, let's just go for VTR.
Okay, you can't really go wrong with that one. So far, BTR, they're just really going on pretty much a streak of elimination points, even despite, sliding off on top 5, top 4. I think they're still having that level of consistency. So who knows, BTR can score one more again. It has been very much of a SEA day, which is why, I think that for Miracle Vibes and maybe even for T might just be able to stop that streak before, next day continues on. I don't want to see another SEA streak, do you?
Well, okay, what are my expectations for this? Okay, I just know that the tension from the lobby will definitely reach its peak. And again, it is going to be all about rotation, since it's going to be in Miramar, so every fight could make or break the leaderboard standings, that is for sure. So teams like, let's say, Alter Ego Eras or like Horaa and For Miracle Vibes, they have been leading the charge, but the question is, will they hold their ground, or will another squad step up and steal the glory in this from this match? Well,
we're about to find out. Is we've seen a lot of all these early contests going on in exchanges, and it has been a really difficult day coming out of the teams to be able to make certain quick adjustments. So hopefully there's going to be a smooth cruise as we set sail to the sun, which is always bright inside of Miramar. So this is it, ladies and gents, our final map of the evening.
Whew, buckle up, PUBG fans. The desert is calling one last time, and the teams are about to leave it all on the battleground. So let's dive into the grand finale. Match number 6 here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
And we're starting off from the corners of Puerto Paraiso. Some tinges of Impala set inside as well. Oh, this is about to get really, really juicy, and I just can't wait to get things started. RRQ is going to be the first droppers, as they're going to book the areas of Paraiso for themselves. Now, I'm looking very closely who's going to be the next one who's going to be moving out over onto the corner. It's going to be ASI8, which traditionally sees them moving into the city of Los Leones, so plenty of grounds to cover. And then, of course, the other teams might actually be fighting for that spot in Picado, because Vampire Esports, I believe they're not exactly in this lobby, so to speak, while Rook Warriors are going to have a decent time without the presence of the Thai Titans.
I don't know if you guys saw the stats just a while ago over to the left side of the screen. Most eliminations, most knockouts, most damage goes to just one player. And that is coming from Alter Ego Eras. X666. Now, I don't know if it's Rosemary, because Rosemary, he is no stranger to this kind of stats. You know, he is no stranger at all at becoming the overall MVP tournament in a day. Or MVP of the day in a tournament. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Maybe, perhaps, you know, it's Rosemary. We don't know. But we already have our first blood here, ladies and gents, coming from Vampire Esports. That would be Tony K. They're up against Rogue Warriors as we speak. Ventura is getting some information that, you know, there is probably one person right across the street there hiding behind those buildings. Tianba also having a conflict to settle up against Four Thrives Esports, but I feel like Four Thrives has the upper hand advantage. Falak is now currently on the charge here with M249. Man, that is a monster of a gun to have at an early onset.
Yeah, just like that, they're just trading back and forth because to be able to find it, and these teams are out here to party. Four Tribes looking razor sharp as they are shredding apart both Tianba and Seb9 at the very same time. What on earth is going on with the start here in Montenegro? But we absolutely love it. So far, 4 points in for Four Tribes.
Whew, okay, IQQ had already been picked up, so that will allow Four Thrives, of course, to still dominate up against M9 here. We already have one of them currently knocked down on the ground, which is, of course, not a good sign on the side of M9. Ooh, what a way to dodge this attack. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that much space to work with, and so he finds himself knocked down on the ground as well. So far, it has already been 5 eliminations for Four Thrives. Looking at the screen, Falak needed a boost up because the fight continues on.
Yeah, it's been a very, very strong start that we're looking at as Four Tribes. They got all the right weaponry, and at the very same time, they got themselves in the center of the location. And once you have already set yourself into such a prime spot, it's really hard to actually have decent areas of coverage for the rest of the pack out there, which is why we understand why we see some struggles coming in from some of these other guys out there. Seb9 somehow keeps themselves pretty much afloat with still 3 members on board. I believe it was Yu High Boy that was taken out the list. So it's just a little unfortunate, but it seems to me that the coast seems clear now that 4T has already cleared majority of all these angles.
Tony K took a beating somewhere with an M249, but we haven't got the confirmation just yet if he's already out of the game. So I feel like there's still a chance for the teammates to pick him up in whatever situation they're in at the moment. Noki, on the other hand, there was a little mishap onto the side of Four Thrives, and Sem9 capitalized on that one, which makes this a fair fight, you know, for them. If Inoki will not be picked up, then that is good for the side of Sem9. Here comes the attack now coming from Vampire Esports. We've got double X over here. Rogue Warrior, ladies and gents, with a DBS. One wrong move, and it could be meaning demise. But unfortunately, he was the one that got shut down onto the ground. Hence, Vampire Esports might be the one to claim victory from this exchange.
Yeah, it's been multiple victories already for the side of Vampire Esports. Really getting all these big counts overall, but with Rogue Warriors pretty much apart, we can slowly understand why it hasn't been all too much of a successful trade. Meanwhile, going back into Montenegro, it is still going to be a little bit of a tough ordeal because urban setting, we know that it isn't exactly the most straightforward kind of fights for these teams to take, so it's going to take a while to settle down.
Whew, okay. Sem9 somehow still survived, even though they're down to just 3 players remaining. It's still A-okay. As for Vampire Esports, whew, I thought they were going to lose that fight, but fortunately, they are still alive and kicking. They're not the ones who got booted out of the game, right? Okay, I'm just checking it out. Four Thrives Falak is getting picked up by T24, and Sem9 is still not pushing 4T at this point. I mean, that could have been the opening they have been waiting for, charging up at Four Thrives.
Yeah, it could have actually been the case. M9 actually gets a chance once again to go ahead for a pickup, but that nade from Falak came in just the right moment. So that's a little bit tough of a stance for them to actually go in for that quick recovery. M9 still has super point to try to hustle up a fight. Down to him as well as Mucus, and it seems like this kind of close quarter combat is gonna look pretty nasty. Now he seems to have been fighting it out, and Superboy! Oh, he actually brings them down to the knees! Now, this looks a lot more doable on the 1-versus-1.
Well, Sem9 was able to turn the tables up against 4 Tribes thanks to Superboy. Okay, I don't see any kryptonite just yet happening to Superboy, but this is a 1v1 situation. There goes the jump shot coming from IQQ, but at the end of that exchange, that trade-off played very well onto the side of Superboy of Sem9.
Indeed, it does, and my, we're still having these back and forths going on, and for Miracle Vibes, you're absolutely onto something right now. And just like that, Superboy claiming victory, the biggest clutch that we've seen today on that 1-versus-4.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was able to bag them all. 4 Thrives taken out by just one player. Amazing. Wow. Okay, stage 1. And how many teams do we have already back at the lobby? Okay, it's just Tianba. Okay, was it? It's just Tianba? It is just Tianba. Oh, no, even Rogue Warriors. Okay. But both of the teams, okay, did not exit empty-handed. Tianba was able to put up 2 elimination points at least, or no? Okay, no elimination points. Okay, scratch that. Even Rogue Warriors wasn't able to put up any numbers whatsoever onto the scoreboard. And now we're looking at 13 teams remaining. We're just at stage 1, but we do have 7 more seconds before we proceed to stage 2.
Yeah, and 7 seconds might actually seem like it's a lot, but look at the current standpoint. There's barely enough room, and it's kind of like a deja vu. We're moving now back into Power Grid. JDG, they barely have enough members to work with and to battle it out with. D-Saber, as well as the rest of Nongshim RedForce over on the center of the zone. Make a wish. Paragen already at work, trying to flush all these other players on the outskirts.
There you go, Paragen making it rain bullets. But it's a good thing, though, because NS RedForce remained elusive from that attack. But from the kill feed, it's Bows of Team Flash getting shot at by A1 Aero. Not sure if it can still be saved at this point, but we can see on the screen here we got Zayas. He already picked up the information as to where A1 Aero is currently staying at. He's holding on to a Scarlight here. I'm not sure if Deadstorm knows exactly where his opponent is, but Zayas capitalized on that one and did a massive spray. Unfortunately, wasn't able to inflict that much damage, and so the fight continues on between these two teams. Then Bows it will take a little time for him to get picked up at this point, but Win is already there beside him, just resuscitating him at the moment.
Yeah, it really feels like the rest of Team Flash, they just light up when it comes down to Miramar rounds, and you can see they are playing so proactive. Now finds themselves pretty much clipped up by the members of A1 Esports. The nades are flying right in. Rowdy, you gotta quickly dodge whatever hurl of grenades, and like that finds the angle. Wins to actually manage that trade, but 2 of his members have already been depleted as well. So they're not just out just yet. Looking at the rest of A1 Esports, they're still around the vicinity, trying to wrap this one out as Death Star has barely enough room to play right behind that vehicle. And just like that, Team Flash, they keep all members alive.
Oh man, I almost thought that A1 already had the advantage. I was this close to being sure that they can win that fight, but great counter though coming from Team Flash. I mean, if you're able to turn the table, turn against the tie there and make it work for you despite the odds going against you, I think that was a great execution coming from Team Flash as always. It only goes to show that they have teeth, that could sink in through your skin. And I mean, just to get that point, 11 teams remaining. We're looking at RRQ. We've got Nugget right here displaying his 1 point under his name. We've got ThunderTalk staying in a compound where RRQ is kind kind of just circling like sharks here, or probably like vultures, when they're aiming for prey.
Feels more like vultures just waiting for some of all these casualties out there. But usually vultures also, wait for corpses. I guess like these cases, it doesn't seem like it's just going to be corpses lying around. Well, take a look at that line of sight for D Savior. Wow, what a trap. A little bit overzealous if you ask me, but I kind of like this kind of angle that DX is working with. But there's going to be a lot of teams coming from the south, which might overwhelm Nate T as well as Levi's. And I hope that they could still manage overall, because BTR are about to also charge in the same direction.
All right, here we go. The fight is about to happen. Make sure is not compromising his location, just is waiting for the right opportunity here. Element of surprise did not work out for him, and RRQ was well prepared for that attack, for that surprise. Great display of reflex, though. ThunderTalk, okay, they're still alive. We've got Luck and She still playing. But, ooh, I think they are escaping. Live to fight another day. That would be the tactic from ThunderTalk.
Yeah, seems to be pretty much working out for now, at least. I mean, considering that they couldn't really play as aggressive as they wanted because of what I mentioned before. So they just gotta play for placement points. Superboy, the hero of the moment, now falls with the bang of the grenade. Being tossed right in from BTR, so it is Fede that secures it.
Fede! Okay, I mean, this is a Filipino pride right there, raising the Philippine flag, playing for BTR right there. Okay, Voin Donkey, we haven't seen them really pop off in any given situation here, but then again, this is day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. ThunderTalk Gaming, a nice spot, from behind, was able to shut down Voin Donkey. He didn't even give time, for Voin Donkey to respond, and that is, of course, the best tactic that you can do. Razak is still waiting for the rest of the team here to come and rescue him, but Zeta unfortunately caught a nade to the face and then a shotgun to end things.
Yeah, things are looking to be very slow pace for the side of Voin Donkey. ThunderTalk now on the aggression somehow overwhelms, and suddenly the rest of RRQ have arrived at the scene because they heard noises coming in from the shack, and they don't care who's inbound. They're just gonna clear it all out, and just like that, RRQ will just shred the rest of ThunderTalk Gaming.
Ooh, Nongshim RedForce seems to be doing a great job as well. They have been racking up a lot of points, so if they continue on playing at this kind of pace, then there is no doubt that perhaps they could win that WWCD that we have been waiting for. Anyway, fight continues on between RQ and Voin Donkey, but unfortunately though, for Voin Donkey, they already have 2 casualties, so could be hard to get a win here up against RRQ. But the thing is, RRQ still not ready to cross the street just yet. They're still gathering information, just making sure, okay, that it is... I mean, they're going to get the win just in case they go for an attack. And as RedForce, they do have 5 elimination points, so it's I can say it's a great start.
Definitely is, and they are in the best location possible. Flag center, that's on top of the hill as well. You can just slowly pick apart players, just like how the Savior is. But the circle have shifted away from the Savior, or should I just say they are just by the rim of it. They can still hold on for now, but eventually they will have to descend, and that is where I will be very concerned for some of these guys who's been coming over on the top side. Ruthless and the rest of BTR, they have already gotten decent location, but of course not much that can be done from Ruthless. He cannot over-aggress. He's all alone right now, and we absolutely do understand why. Just look at the current standpoint, it just will take quite a while before we actually get to see big ruptures coming in for teams that have weakened, and at the same time for Meko Vibes, they are just going to be able to cut across because these members have been pretty much bunched up and are playing a little bit more defensively as compared to what went on earlier. So just perfect timing for Vibes.
Yeah, the Savior is vulnerable right now for any attack to happen. I mean, Levi's and another member right there is getting attacked by 4 Miracle Vibes. Now, Voin Donkey, Potato had already been taken out, and the rest of Voin Donkey is back at the lobby. But rest assured, ladies and gents, it's okay because we'll see them tomorrow for day number 2 of the grand finals. So good game, well played. We'll see you guys again. Nongshim RedForce, given their position, I can say it is a great one, but could be a little tricky to maintain because RQ as well as ASI8 will definitely eye that spot as well. But it all boils down on like how good NS Red Force, of course, can manage to look at all directions, possible directions, anticipate the attacks from their enemies. I think that's something of a crucial moment for them. But as for D Savior, okay, it's a good call. Just a while ago they were in a 2-2 split here, but it's a good call now that they're all together once again.
Yeah, great timing as well for them to reposition at the very same time. So it's just going to be a little bit of a waiting game for them to further confirm the next phase. They only have to buy 40 seconds for pure on Team Flash so far, looking so excellent on their Miramar journey, like I mentioned before. Still on the hunt. They're going to be the aggressors here, or should I say they are being aggressed by Vampire Esports with those nades! Meanwhile, Tops actually found a little bit of pickup up against the member of VPE as they're getting pinched from all other corners. Ventura is now trying to fully commit as they do know that they're pretty much bunched up and there's nowhere to go for the rest of Team Flash.
Ooh, Vampire Esports trying to engage with not just one team here, but 2 teams to be exact. I mean, ASI is also right behind Team Flash. But to be honest, Team Flash is in the most vulnerable spot because it's like a crater. So anyone who throws in a nade or a molly could definitely potentially take them out. Not just one, but maybe 2. And here comes ASI joining into the mix as well. But Tony K still trying to defend himself with a Scarlight. And right behind that big boulder right there, he was the one who took the knife and twisted in Tony K's heart and take the kill.
Yeah, it's just perfect timing on that flank. And before Miracle Vibes, they are also getting tagged once again. This time from which angle? It seems like ASI have caught them off guard from a long range. And speaking of which, they are just about to make that pass. The rest of Team Flash, they got sandwiched in between. We definitely know that this is just going to be the fate of what goes on for some of these guys out there. Meanwhile, of course, this further commitment from 4Miracle Vibes. They're happy to take on the rest of ASI, dropping those big grenades. Rifu's actually connecting very well. Uzaifa still stands, but it is still going to be a tough haul as they are playing from long range just by the edge of it. The rest of 4Miracle Vibes, they haven't found the zone just for the moment, but they are trying to force their way through.
Okay, lots of trades happening at the moment. Understandably so, because the circle, it is already small and it's getting crowded up in here. 4Miracle Vibes, 3 elimination points. It's a little low in terms of emblems, but placement, I think, is still a-okay. The important thing is that they have a chance to get to the final few zones of this match. I mean, we're already at stage 5, so we are also close to wrapping things up here in the final round. Tops obviously is probably looking for a play still, where, I mean, the best spot that could work, for the 2 of them, since they don't have the numbers, and D Savior and his Red Force RRQ ASI8 almost a complete squad, so you have to be smarter in picking up your battles here.
Definitely need to do so. Well, just looking at the current open spaces that Nongshim RedForce has, they definitely have gotten the full idea of whichever vantage point that they were coming from early on. So it's all about really taking the right moments, and it seems like they've been spotted by RRQ. Oh, by the corner of it. The Pecco, now he's drawing all the attention coming from Doc, and it seems like Nongshim RedForce, they will just focus on attention. Meanwhile, Tops does get the catch on to Doc. That's from the opposite side. What a shot that was.
Yeah, he got caught sleeping in there. Okay, great spot though from Tops. I mean, considering the distance that he has over to NS RedForce. But anyway, D Savior right now continues to fight with RQ. But judging the situation, I feel like D Savior has the best chance of winning this fight, just because they have the high ground, to be honest. But we'll wait if RRQ can still manage, if they can pull a trick up their sleeves here, and probably shut down any of the players coming from D Savior. But as for NS RedForce, I8 is already pretty close to them, and Federalis is not moving at all. I mean, that is, of course, the best strategy that he can do for now.
Yeah, commending his effort because how he's been able to keep himself alive beats me. It's been quite a while that we've seen Federalis holding on to the spot, and no teams have been crashing around his quarters because other teams are vying for those spots over onto the elevated terrains. While look at the rest of the pack, it seems like they're just going to be seeing if they could just find those catches. ESIA, this is their best chance ever at a chicken dinner whole day long, and all they really have to do is to find a way to flush out Nongshim RedForce.
And again, for Miracle Vibes took a bidding there. Now Tops is the only player for MV. He is down south, close with Federalis, to be honest. So it could be a 1v1 fight, between them. NS RedForce, two of them, I believe, just got picked up. I'm not sure if it was courtesy of ASI8, but then again, it's a strong performance coming from the Pakistani, so perhaps we can see them dominate once again for the final round. But as for NS RedForce, XZY seems to be holding on a very good vantage point here. Okay, almost. Okay, he anticipated that one of them is going to pop the head, and unfortunately, UZM was quick on the reflex there and was able to hide just in the nick of time.
Yeah, just perfect timing out there. And now we can see the rest of ASI climbing through the hillside, trying to see if they can actually catch more out of all these situations. And the rest of RRQ Ryu right now, just holding over onto the far northern plains. Tough to be in the shoes of Nongshim, to be honest, because of how they are currently positioned, but of course, the stakes are absolutely high when it comes down to these close areas where it's really down towards how certain positions actually play a vital role. XZY, he tries to trade right back, but he might just actually draw too much of attention. And speaking of which, the names fall true! Oh, it's actually DX versus the rest of RRQ. And they're really neck and neck right now. Paragen looking to close off the distance as the rest of RQ are being weakened down.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't really a great spot for RQ. I mean, D Savior, all they needed to do is just really optimize their position. And now NS RedForce caught ASI8, and well, they just got obliterated. That was a great stunt pulled off by NS RedForce. Not gonna lie there. I mean, ASI8 now down to just one member, and now we've got Nurpake of RQ trying desperately to make something for the team here, but D Savior, man, all pressure, of course, leading the charge there and winning the fight with the 6 elimination points. Now they have a chance to pick up Natty T in the process. And now the circle shifted, went down south, so I'm afraid for Federalis.
I'm afraid for him as well, but hey, he's been playing a solo showdown for the longest of time. He's just going to wait for the right timing. I mean, so long as these members of Nongshim RedForce is going to get that elevated spot, it isn't exactly the easiest of job to do once you're being pinned right down below. So, right as we speak of it, it's going to be ASI getting peppered from the top end. So, quickly as we go, Nongshim RedForce, despite having those two members over on the hillside, now the question remains is whether or not can they take on the rest of the pack of D Savior, because I think D Savior knows very well that they're up there. It's just that they're not willing to go in for the challenge just yet.
I'm pretty sure that, D Savior will probably have a collision first with the remaining players of NS RedForce. But as for Federalis, I think he is safe. I mean, the only ace card he's holding right now is the fact that the teams doesn't know that he is there. It's a different story for Tops, because I felt like Levi's probably heard him reposition himself. He did use a vehicle to begin with, so perhaps, Levi's has gotten a whiff of that one. But for Federalis, I mean, he is maintaining his composure in a critical situation such as this one. So it only goes to show that he's pretty confident still and just waiting for that right opportunity to get into the mix. But NS RedForce, the fight is inevitable. They will have to go through the Savior before we step into the next stage here.
That's right, and just a little bit of a sticky situation. The rest of the Savior are just trying to push right through, climbing the hillside. A little bit difficult, but the nades are bounced perfectly! Oh my goodness, XZY! That's a double nade! Without it looking perfectly onto the angle, and just like that, two members needing to climb downwards, and take a look at TZ, he's on a push, and just like that, the rest of DX find themselves pretty much in a pickle.
Ooh, man, that was a great force that was put out by NS RedForce, living up to their reputation. But D-Savior still desperately trying to defend themselves and was able to do so. NS RedForce exited the game with 10 elimination points. Not bad at all. We'll see them tomorrow. And now we're down to 3 teams remaining. D-Savior, Formalica Vibes, and a BTR. And obviously, man, D-Savior, they have the numbers. They just went through NS RedForce. And again, Federalis, he is still safe down there at the compound south part area of the zone.
Yeah, there's just still such a tight battle between some of these guys out there. D-Savior managing to recuperate, and of course, Nongshim RedForce eventually kind of tunnel vision over onto that corner, which sees that retaliation come into grand effect. Now, going down into this 3 versus 1 scenario, there's still damage to be done. Of course, Nate T is going up against the members of Formalica Vibes. Pops now going for a push! Not quite close just yet, but we're looking at this all coming down to this final couple of moments. And here comes the exchanges falling right through. It seems like it's just a big, massive W for the rest of D-Savior. Now, it's FedEx versus the rest of D-Savior. Yep, I just gave him a brand new nickname.
You know why it was so interesting to see Woon go up against Stubbs? Because again, Woon is Batman coming from Team Flash, right? So it's a young gun versus a veteran. And Woon actually won that fight fair and square up against Stubbs. So that is definitely going to my highlights. And now this is what we have been waiting for, ladies and gents. Fede will now start to defend himself. Now we've seen a molly being thrown at him by Levi's. Definitely these two guys are going to flush him out, but Federalis is cooking a nade himself. Now we're not discounting the fact that perhaps Fede can actually make something happen for the team, but unfortunately Inferno just got sent by Dinga Savior, hence putting down Federalis.
That Nongshim could actually dominate through the hillside, but it definitely seemed a little bit too overwhelming by the course of the run. But first, we're having plenty to take away from this matchup where Bingo Savior, with that stretch, at first I thought it was too greedy for them to take the two sides of the valley, but when they converge once again and then they push all together, man, they're an unstoppable force.
Man, okay, DX T100. So that is, of course, a variant of Terminators. But yeah, you know what? You're not alone. I also thought that NS RedForce could actually make it through alive from the fight that they had up against D-Savior, because they had the high ground advantage, and they also had the momentum, but unfortunately they came short And D Savior again just seized the opportunity of winning that fight. And again, it was a nice touch, the way that Federalis defended himself up against the remaining players of D Savior. I mean, it was rather overwhelming, and the sheer determination and motivation coming from Federalis to just remain there, composed as always, calm and patient, and was able to garner a lot of placement points for the team. So that is still a job well done.
Absolutely, and so far Top's really holding himself just fine, where the damage numbers look to be very close. XZ with that massive grenade dealing a chunk of damage on top of majority of all these knocks that he gets. He will confirm the number as well, so it definitely explains how he has been able to reach there. Top's still showing that he has been the beacon of hope for the rest of For Miracle Vibes, but it is your boy out there, Batman Woody. Of course, I believe that is probably his real name overall, securing the big numbers out there, and he has definitely fit in the Savior like a glove.
Yep. I mean, he's always been an aggressive player. He doesn't really back down in any situation. That's what I love about him when he was still playing with within Team Flash, and seeing him improve a lot, just because he is with the veteran players. He's getting all the guidance he needs, from the rest of the Savior, and I'm just happy to see him here as one of the top performers for this round, setting up total of 6 elimination points for himself. Now we also have XZY here from NS RedForce. We got Noki of 4 Thrives doing absolutely well, and of course, last but not the least, we've got Federalis of BTR holding on as much as he could just to get at the second spot.
That's right, and this back-to-back win, we might even see the Saber now aiming for that top 1 position. It's been 20 over points for the previous round, and another 19 added to the tally as well. And not forgetting all these kind of eliminations that they've been able to back at the very same time. So absolutely monstrous numbers out there. Nongshim RedForce, I think this is definitely a big recovery because they have had such a slow day overall. So massive work. They are not out of the count just yet. So loving what we are seeing here throughout the course of the evening.
Oh man. Okay, what a 6 matches that we've gone through for today. I mean, it was non-stop action. Even the breaks, not even letting us catch our breaths, but it's okay. I mean, again, this is where we get our daily dose of adrenaline coming from the teams here, so it's okay. I do enjoy the matches. 134 throwable used inside this match, 2 airdrops looted, and for the longest elimination distance, we've got Tops for For Miracle Vibes, a total of 356 meters for that.
Yeah, pretty standard numbers if you are asking me how teams are actually going on their cover ratio. So it has been a really interesting fight on how technical it is when you have certain teams on the top end of the hill. What do you do if you're playing on the low ground? Man, just push them overall and you might just be absolutely fine. So that has been how some of these guys have been able to answer back. But looking at other teams who have yet to actually make much of these advancements throughout the course of the run, we definitely wish them all the best moving forward, because there's still plenty more days to go, so they're not quite done just yet.
And again, I've been wondering since at the beginning of the match, just who is X666. Of course, we are all wondering if this is, of course, Rosemary from Alter Ego Eras. 14 elimination points as the overall MVP. We did call it out. I just saw the stats just a while ago from the left side of the screen. He had the most elimination, most damage, and most knockouts. So, it was no doubt that he's definitely going to get the overall MVP title.
That's true, and look at the road to MVP as well. So this mysterious figure, who knows, Rosemary or not, he has been able to really put those big numbers out there. But these are our common names that we've seen appearing on the kill feed. This Wounty of the Savior for the past few games, and then you have Team Flash's very own Win that has been winning almost every single duel. So he's been working super duper hard. No Fear gets mentioned as well at number 4. Bodder, so we have two members of Alter Ego. Rosemary could be either one. You know, there are days that Rosemary doesn't pop off, and there are days that he absolutely pops off. It could be either or. You can just assume one of them is Rosemary, and you're absolutely okay.
That is true. That is true. I mean, these are the top performing members of Alter Ego eras, and that makes it all the more hard, you know, to know just who Rosemary is, just because we know the accomplishments and the accolades of Rosemary. And again, he is no stranger at all when it comes to MVP titles and racking up a massive number of points. Again, overall fraggers, we got one of these saviors, Sleepy, coming from Horaa Esports, and of course their fifth player right here, Onzen, Vampire. So he's tied up actually with Sleepy of Horaa Esports, but then again, when it comes to damage output, I mean, there's quite a gap there. Yeah, with Onzen.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a gap, which I believe that they're going to be able to perhaps fend off for another good shot for tomorrow. But for now, I guess for what we've been able to see so far, teams have absolutely impressive. And Steve Saber with that back-to-back win, they shoot all the way to number one. I thought it's going to be a top 3. And of course, we've seen BTR depleted. Vampire Esports was having a tough fight. Horaa Esports, no chicken dinner so far. But once they do, I think Horaa Esports is going to take that number 1 spot eventually. That's the story for tomorrow, while Alter Ego is also sharing the same amount with Foreign-Merkel Vibes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so for now, we've got 4MV, RRQ, BTR, D Savior moving up ranks here and just improving in the overall rankings. Vampire as well as Horaa Esports, Team Flash. Okay, it's not a bad performance at all, but you know, during the last few matches, they kind of slowed down, I feel, so that resulted to them moving down ranks. But it is okay. Again, this is just day number 1. From the second page, we've got ASI 8 moving up a rank here. Same thing goes for 4 Tribes, placing at number 10, and then we got A7 GLU moving down spots. The only major improvement here would be coming from the Koreans, of course, the I8 RedForce putting up a total of 18 points. They moved up 7 ranks in total, but of course it is still not yet enough. You know, there's plenty of work to be done because again, this is just day number 1, ladies and gents. We still got 3 more days to go, so definitely there will be a lot of stories still yet to unravel.
That's true, and of course, other teams, if they get double chickeners like these here, they can also find themselves a deep spot in the overall charts. Well, of course, there are still certain teams that are on that singular digit, so of course, 3 days to play things out to see whether if they could be able to just bounce back on track, while the rest of the pack will be, of course, flying for whatever numbers that they can actually add to the tally. It's been a really good day so far. Even Sem9 move up a spot, and that heroic moment coming in from Superboy. I want to get a replay. Whoever watched that fight between them as well as 4 Tribes, I think that was quite the crazy play coming in from Superboy. So, for Explosion fans, they got something to rejoice about.
Oh man, again, that is definitely part of my highlights. You know, the way that he defended his team all by himself, single-handedly bagged all of those 4 elimination points. That is absolutely top-notch. You know, it's one of the things that you should look out or like look for when you are going for the rewind, if you want to rewatch everything that happened for tonight's set of matches. And there you go, we're done with the first 6 matches of this evening, and you probably already have an idea what will happen day number 2 of this competition. Again, it's more of a marathon than a sprint. You know, it's very different from the Night of Champions that we just had earlier on. So hopefully you do subscribe to Ruthless Esports YouTube channel, because there's plenty more of action that's about to go, so don't you go missing out.
That's right. That's all we have for tonight. So make sure you guys hit that sub button, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more action in the grand finals in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.